Alright, good afternoon everybody and welcome to the eXperience SA 2024 Endurance Series. This is the rFactor Endurance Series. It is a 6-round championship. This is round 2 that we are here for today. So this of course is coming to you live from the Road America circuit in the United States. It is a 6.5 kilometer or 4 mile, almost said mile an hour, 4 mile layout. So it is a fairly long circuit. It is a fantastic, very fast, very flowing circuit. I think it should make for some great racing today. Apologies, I have the date incorrect at the top. It is actually the 30th of July. I think I made a mistake. I created those a while back and got the dates wrong, but it is today, the 30th, as confirmed there. So today is round 2, Road America. Round 3 will be the Monza circuit on the 28th of July. Then we go over to the Sebring circuit in the United States on the 25th of August. Then we'll do the Nordschleife on the 29th of September and Daytona on the 20th of October. So 6 fantastic circuits, quite a challenging bunch of tracks for most of the drivers. I think Sebring, Nordschleife and Daytona are probably the most demanding at the end. Road America is probably the fastest flowing circuit. I think Monza might have slightly higher top end, but there are a few chicanes there which I think are slower than what we would have as a minimum speed here at Road America. So our championship coming into this round, something we didn't announce at the previous round, was the point structure. So the points are P1 25 points all the way down to P10 a single point, plus a point for pole position and a point for the fastest lap. So P1 25, P2 18, P3 15, P4 12, P5 10, P6 8, P7 6 points, P8 4 points, P9 2 points, and the final point for 10th place. So we need to check these points, but according to the system which automates everything, it says Team R's grip level have 26 points. We have a query on that. It might be 27, but maybe they didn't get fastest lap. But if they did, then that is incorrect and it should be 27. Team Sugar 2 on 18, Full Throttle on 15, eXperience Global 1 on 12, NXT Sim Racing 2 on 10, NXT Sim Racing 1 on 8, Team Sugar 1 on 6, RR Racing on 4, eXperience Global on 0, Cool Runnings on 0, and we do have other teams, but we're only going to be showing the top 10 on the broadcasts for now. We do of course have a few teams with issues today, so unfortunately not all teams are here today, so we might be down a few teams with regards to our running. Hopefully everything will be okay in the next round. We definitely will have a few more teams for the next round, but until then we unfortunately just have to make do with who we have, and we do have some fantastic drivers here still today. So we're going to transition live now to qualifying. Alright, so this is official qualifying. This is qualifying for the 2024 Endurance Series, the eXperience or eXperience Global / eXperience SA. We have 2 different divisions. So Global is going to be more our endurance side of racing. We also have a team that races in certain events, so we'd like to build that up, which is why we're now hosting an endurance series to try and promote more endurance racing, and hopefully we can get more drivers used to endurance racing. We don't have that many that have done many endurance races, so a couple, but hopefully we'll get a few more on board. We did have a couple hoping to join for this round, which just didn't quite pan out, but hopefully they will be joining for the following rounds. Alright, as we watch the drivers on track at the moment, we have Lorenzo on circuit behind us, so just letting us know this is round 2 of our 6-round championship. There will be Monza next, then Sebring, then Nordschleife, and then Daytona for the final round. In case you missed the build-up, these are our points. Let me get that from the background. These are our points structure. So P1 is 25 points all the way down to P10 on a single solitary point, a point for pole position and a point for the fastest lap. And coming into this round, we have Team R's grip level on 26 points, which is under review. Team Sugar 2 18, Full Throttle 15, eXperience Global 1 on 12, NXT Sim Racing 2 on 10, NXT Sim Racing 1 on 8, Team Sugar 1 on 6, RR Racing on 4, and then the rest of the teams do not yet have any points. Alright, so we are now live for official qualifying as C. Let's go on board. We are halfway around the lap, so perhaps we can just follow as we go into the carousel. I believe it's called the carousel. so we are now on board with Lorenzo. Beautiful, fast flowing circuit this. Really hard braking zone. Yeah, this is actually a lot trickier than it looks. You can run quite wide here, and this rumble strip there can slow the car down a lot, so if you get that wrong you actually lose a bit of momentum here. But the most crucial corner is probably this final corner that we're coming up to. This corner here is crucial that you get good exit here because it's such a long straight, and with it being uphill you don't want to lose momentum. You want to carry as much momentum as you can all the way up the straight. A long fast straight into a nice fast first turn. So we're gonna we see a sector 3 is yellow. I'm not sure who that was. Right, so let's do a full lap. So here's a fast first turn. Let's see, does he drop a gear? He does. Then once again down to, I think it's a third gear corner in the BMW that we're in. Also quite critical to get a good exit because we do have another long straight, so there's lots of straights on the circuit. Quite a long straight, a slight crest here, and then it goes downhill quite a bit into a nice tight left-hander. Right, using all of the track, you have to make the most of it. Nice inside curb there. Use the exit curb as much as you can. Turning nice and early here, just avoid that curb. That concrete on the inside actually bulges up a bit. If you use too much of it, it does unsettle the car. Same as on that turn there on the inside. Once again, yeah, we want to turn in a little bit early. Keep it nice and tight. Then get over to the left as quick as we can. Straight line. This is a very, very long, it's about a 240 odd degree turn this. It's very long. It puts a lot of strain on the front left tire. Carry as much speed as you can. Getting this turn we're heading into now, you can get this flat out, but if you get it slightly wrong you're going to have to ease off to avoid it because it's going to throw you out into the wall if you get it wrong. Right, nice and fast flowing, straight line the corner as much as you can here. Get on the brakes nice and hard, turn in nice and early. Oh, a bit of snap of the rear there. Oh, lost a lot of exit speed there. So that unfortunately is going to cost Lorenzo quite a lot of time. So all drivers currently on the soft tire. Everyone going for their best possible times. Let's see. So Lorenzo currently has a 204.2. He's in provisional pole position. I don't think this is going to improve because of that sector as we see him pit. Alright, let's jump to Nicholas. Nicholas Cortez currently standing in for some of the... we have a few drivers that have dropped positions, so we need to sort of get used to all of those. So apologies if I butcher the names, but good to have new drivers driving with us, as we have Nicholas, the fastest overall in sector 1. Unfortunately yellow, which means it's a slower middle sector for himself. Green is a personal best, purple is fastest overall. Let's see, Nicholas currently in second at 204.625, goes up into, he stays third, actually drops down to third because we now have Gerrit Bierkes having just jumped up to first place. Alright, so we have Antonio on track. Let's see how Antonio is going to do. So Antonio currently Team Shibba 1. We have Team Shibba 2, I believe, in second place. Team Shibba 1 currently in fifth place. Let's see. Personal best in sector 1, slightly slower in the middle sector. Right, let's see how he progresses. Nice and smooth onto the straight, so that should mean good top end down the straight, which also helps the following lap. So for your lap, when you start the lap, you want to get a good exit for there as well as the end of the lap. Right, stays in fifth place. Let's see, how is Julian Brains doing? Our co-commentator from last round. Unfortunately, Julian couldn't drive the last round, so he decided to jump in and help out with the stream. So I ended up driving the car, one of the cars, some eXperience Global 1. I was one of the drivers, which is now being driven by Stanton Augustus and Donny Bellafronte. Donny Bellafronte, very well known from the Fach Auto Tech. So Julian Brains currently in 7th place. I'm not sure if he's driving solo today because I believe Adib Emildian was possibly not going to drive today. So let's see if Julian will be driving solo or if Adib will jump in later on. Adib, of course, is also an extremely fast driver, so I'm sure they will be very competitive as the race progresses. We currently have 10 drivers on track. Let's just see, where is Stanton? Stanton currently on an out lap. Let's go on board with Stanton. Alright, so final sector, this I think would be turn 3 effectively. I'm not sure if it's actually called turn 3 in real life, because I think Americans do tend to call the kinks on the straights corners. Right, under the bridge, turning nice and early. Could have taken a fraction more curb there. But he's purple in sector 1, that is a good start. Nice and smooth there. Sometimes when you're smooth you actually look slow, but you're actually going fast because you're carrying more momentum. Nice and smooth there, using just the right amount of curb on the inside and the exit, using all the track on the exit to the left, turning in nice and early. Keep it nice and tight as much as you can. Right, now you get on the throttle. As you see the curb, you get on the throttle, it pushes you nice and wide. Get maximum speed there. Get over on the left as quick as you can. Carry all maximum speed here, flat out through here. Right, then just straight line every corner here. Got some traffic on, by the looks of things, on an out lap here. Brake nice and early, they get the car stopped, turn it in. We have the Ferrari in front of us. I presume that's on an out lap, so we know they're not a slow car. Although they might speed up now, so they shouldn't affect us too much. Turns in nice and early. You can get flat out through there. It's purple sector 2 for Stanton. Can Stanton stick it on pole? Turned in a fraction too early, I think, there, and a little bit wobbly on the apex, but let's see, can this bring it home for pole position? He's going to jump up from 10th to, let's see, as we come up to the line, jumps up to 2nd place. I think that final mistake that he made on turn 1, just 0.066 shy of pole position, so great lap there. Alright, so where are our other drivers? We have Gerrit Bierke is currently on the lap. He's now personal best in sector 1. Can Gerrit still provisional pole position? We have 4 minutes left to go of qualifying. Right, so Gerrit coming up. He's about to start the 3rd sector. He's personal best, or fastest overall in sector 1 and sector 2. So the times are coming in hot and fast. We have a few drivers setting personal bests at the moment. We will jump to some of those shortly. So currently we have Gerrit Bierke in provisional pole position from Stanton Augustus, Lorenzo de Siertelis, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, maybe I'll just call him Lorenzo for now. Nicholas Cortez in 4th, Chris Collison in 5th, Antonio Gusto in 6th, Jeffrey Rouse in 7th, Julian Brains 8th, Andre Hildebrandt 9th, and Everett Dumont in 10th. Apologies there, I was looking at the times, didn't realize the camera had changed. Right, so Everett Dumont has jumped up to 9th. He's demoted Andre Hildebrandt down. Oh, a slight moment there for Stanton. Antonio Gusto is on an out lap. Perhaps we can follow this lap. He is Team Sugar 1. He's about to start. Where is Team Sugar 2 currently sitting? So Lorenzo has gone pole position. So Lorenzo has taken pole position while I wasn't watching. Currently on track as well. Is he going fast on this lap? He is. Alright, so the fight for pole position is on. There's a quarter of a second between 1st and 2nd. There's 6 tenths between 2nd and 3rd. Another 4 tenths till 4th. Chris Collison has jumped up to 4th. So it's all hotting up at the front. There's 2 minutes left to go. The drivers can get probably 2 more flying laps in. This sim does allow us to cross the line, and if you're on a lap when the time runs out, you can finish it. I know we were racing in race room and it doesn't allow it. When the time ends, it just cuts you off. This is like real racing. If you've started a lap by the time the timer runs out, you may finish it. So drivers on a lap now can finish this lap. They will probably have enough time. Oh, they've just run out. Okay, so drivers on a lap now will finish a lap and maybe still get another one. So Lorenzo, not a great first sector, but fastest overall in the 2nd sector. Bit of a slide there, but keeping it in line. Right, final sector. Let's see. Can he get the final corner nice and neat? use as much momentum. He doesn't use all the track width, doesn't go onto the curb. He does on the exit. I think just the right amount of curb there. And takes... Did he improve? He did improve slightly. All right, great lap there. Here comes Kurt Becker starting another lap. While we're watching him starting a lap, let's see, how is our lone Ferrari driver doing of Chris Collison? Chris Collison and David Jones teaming up for the Ferrari. Good to have Chris here with us. Good to have Ferrari joining us. He's gone personal best in the middle sector. He didn't quite improve. Currently sitting in 4th place. Didn't have the greatest first sector, but he is improving in the middle sector, which is quite a long sector. Ooh, he's abandoned that lap. All right, so how do we have, let's see, Everett Dumont. Oh, getting a big slide on there. All right, 30 seconds left to go. Who's going to improve, who's not? Lorenzo has pitted, he won't be improving. Carrot has pitted, he won't be improving. Okay, Stanton has started a lap. This is his final attempt. Let's go on board with Stanton and see, can he improve? Using all the exit on turn 1, you can use quite a lot of that curb. As long as you're on the curb, it's happy. It's quite a wide curb. It's very flat, that curb as well, so you can carry a lot of momentum there. You really lean on the outer rear tire there. Right, the checkered flag has come. So the drivers on the lap can finish this lap. So Stanton Augusta is currently on for a good lap. While we're watching him, let's just see how his first sector is faring before we jump to the next car, just to see where the other cars are. That look nice and neat at least. Right, it's a personal best. Let's just see, where is Antonio. Antonio is also on the lap, so he, I think, would have crossed the line in time, so we can keep an eye on Antonio. He's not too far behind Stanton. So Stanton personal best in sector 1, that is. Currently in 3rd place. Can he improve? Position 1 of Lorenzo, position 2 of Carrot, and they have both pitted, so they will not be improving. Stanton is currently 6/10 shy of Carrot. Can he improve? Can he jump up? He's 9/10 shy of the leader. He is on a personal best, so he might improve. How is his personal best in the middle sector as well? We also have Antonio, who's also improved. He's also personal best in the 1st sector. Let's see if he can improve. And we have Nicholas on track as well, who could potentially also improve. But unfortunately he is yellow, which means he's not the fastest in either of those sectors. So Stanton, final sector, final turn. Can he get this nice and neat? He does not use the maximum width of the track. A lot of the drivers will actually choose not to do that because there's a slight crest there. If you use the full width and you get it wrong, it actually throws you off track. So safer to actually stay almost like half a meter away from the edge. Stanton, does he improve? No, he stays 3rd. Antonio, oh, Antonio has lost it. Unfortunately, he won't be improving. And Nicholas comes up to the line. He does not improve. All right, we're going to jump to an ad break. So we'll be back shortly for the race. We'll probably be back in 10 minutes. There's a warm-up of about 10 minutes. So when that is finished, we will be back. So stay tuned. We will see you shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are back. We have race 1 on its way. Oh, the eXperience SA 2024 Endurance Series. This is round 2 of our championship. So this is round 2 of our 6-round championship. This is Road America. We will be following this with Monza, then Sebring, then the Nordschleife, and then Daytona. So this, of course, is the 2024 Endurance Series round 2. Sorry about the date being incorrect. It is actually the 30th today. This is Road America road circuit. There's the motorcycle circuit and the Grand Prix circuit. This is the Grand Prix circuit, as they call it. It is a 4-hour race. The drivers have 4 hours to head on track and do whatever they need to do. Unfortunately, we've just seen in the background one of the cars has disappeared. It's now back, so they may be just loading their setup. I am your commentator, Dennis Mitchell. We'll hopefully be joined later on by Sean Woodgate. Our point structure coming into this is it's 25 points for a victory all the way down to 1 point for 10th place. We have a single point for pole position and a single point for fastest lap. And our points for the championship at the moment, we have Team RS grip level in first place on 26. The drivers are actually heading off. It is we can get back to that throughout the stream. So the drivers actually are set to do a standing start, so the lights would have gone off and it sounds like they're all going. However, we are doing a manual rolling start. So we have Lorenzo in the lead. He will now set the pace. So while Lorenzo is setting the pace, let us actually show our starting order for the race. So we do have Lorenzo in pole position from Gerrit Bierkes, Stanton Augustus, and Antonio Guesto. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, sorry. My foreign language pronunciation is not very good. Chris Carlson in 5th, and Nicholas Cortez in 6th, Jeffrey Rouse in 7th, Everett Dumont in 8th. And in 9th place, Julian Brains, and in 10th place, Andre Hildebrandt. So the drivers actually started a standing start. So what happens is, instead of having the sim actually have a safety car that does a thing, we have our driver head out and do a thing. So the race technically has started, although at the moment Lorenzo will set the pace. He'll keep the drivers together. The drivers can juggle and do their thing. They need to be side by side coming across the line. Lorenzo will set the pace at the line. He can put his foot down before the line. After the final turn, he at that point can put his foot down anytime he likes. But the drivers need to cross the line in the current position. They are not allowed to change position before the line, but they can get going. So it's up to the driver in front. You see the driver in front, if you put his foot down, you definitely want to put your foot down. So Lorenzo setting the pace. Of course, we have Gerrit Bierkes currently in 2nd place. That fantastic full throttle liveried Aston Martin. And in 3rd place, we have Stanton Augustus. A good qualifying for Stanton. I think they will have good pace throughout the race. And in 4th place, we have Antonio. I believe that is Team Shibber 2. Heading out to Team Shibber 1 again as they did in the previous round. So it looks like Team Shibber 2, a little bit more pace than Team Shibber 1. Then we have David Jones taking over from Chris Collison, who did the qualifying. So David Jones jumping in, currently in 5th place. Nice to have David Jones joining us. So welcome, David Jones. This is your first official race with us. Good to have you joining us. Then we have Nicholas. I guess I should actually have sleeping a bit here. We should have the formation lap up. We do have our drivers on their formation lap. Perhaps what I could also do is put the driver's name up so we know which driver I'm actually following while I'm following them. So Nicholas Cortese currently in the BMW for NXT Sim Racing. Hopefully I've got that right. And then we have Jeffrey Rouse. Jeffrey Rouse and Michael Rabellini for RR Racing, qualifying in 7th place. It's a good qualifying for them, really good position for them. Nice strong position. Hopefully they can have a good race pace. I know they struggled a bit at Spa towards the end. I think it was Michael Rabellini having a bit of a spin out of the final turn, and that caused a bit of issues, but it looks like they're a bit more prepared for this race. In 8th place we have Everett Dumont in the lone Mercedes-Benz. Drivers now on the straight. We can go to our leader. Right, as he's heading up to the line, what is he going to do? When is he going to put his foot down? It's entirely up to him as to when we get going. He's waiting, he's keeping everyone in position. He's doing the very, very patient thing. He's not allowing anyone to get any momentum, which is smart because that means there's a short, okay, it's green. Now he has to watch out. It is now a green flag. The later he held it there, it just meant that the drag from the start to turn one is a bit smaller, which is the smartest thing to do, I think. All right. So as we look back, looking back at P2 from P1 on the right camera, the main camera is the trackside view. Let's get all our timings and things up. I'm actually doing it all on the wrong side, so apologies for that. Clicking on the wrong boxes here. Let's try that again. Slightly different doing endurance racing, of course. I'm not sure when Sean will be joining, so I need to kind of pace myself. But fantastic that he will be joining us at some point, so looking forward to that. A bit of a battle going on for P2 and P3 and P4. Those three cars seem fairly close, actually. Perhaps our main camera should be focusing on Stanton Augustus, I think, because that's a nice battle right there behind him. Of course, is Antonio, who's also sitting nice and pretty. So Antonio looking nicely there. Let's have a look back. Right, looking forward from Antonio and back from Stanton Augustus. Dirt thrown up in their faces there. Nothing too bad though. We can perhaps go to full screen just to see what's happening a bit clearer. That looks like Stanton is actually pulling away slightly from Antonio. Possibly just ever so slightly closing the gap on Carrot at the moment. And we see a bit of a pack behind us, so I think it is David Jones in 5th. Right on the back end of Antonio now, so Antonio now coming under threat from the Ferrari. Perhaps now we can have a look back and just see how is that view working there, because we have the Ferrari now bearing down on Antonio. You see a bit of a slide from one of the NXT cars in the background. I think that was the BMW, so I think that's the NXT 68 if I'm correct. Right, so David Jones looking nice and solid at the moment, starting to challenge for 4th place. Of course, qualifying pace and race pace are two very, very different things. So sometimes you might find the guy qualifies really good but struggles in the race, and sometimes you'll find the guys don't show their pace in qualifying, but in the race they are really consistent and do virtually the same, if not faster times in the race. So you never quite know. Of course, this is the first time we've seen David Jones drive, so Chris had done the qualifying for them, but we don't know how the pace differs between Chris and David because we haven't seen them actually drive on track together. But currently it looks like David is holding his own here at the moment. He's actually challenging for 4th, so I think has a good chance of at some point taking 4th, as long as there's no incidents in the race and he keeps his pace. He could possibly pass in the pits, could make a pass on track at some point, but looking really good at the moment. Ferrari does look really nice as well. Of course, the Ferrari in red is always good. Seeing a little bit of extra color on the Ferrari, the Ferrari with a bit of yellow in it kind of reminds me a bit of the Formula 1 Ferrari. Thankfully we don't have the HP blue, which personally I don't really like. I don't think it looks good on a Ferrari, but a little bit of yellow with Ferrari kind of reminds me of the red and yellow old school original Ferrari colors. Alright, let's see, how is Jeffrey Rouse doing? He's having quite a good race so far. He had a good qualifying. He's now sitting right behind the NXT car. And when I say right behind, I mean right behind. He is literally right there, within 0.3 of a second. Looking nice and neat at the moment. Getting right up behind him. So Nicholas is definitely going to be watching his mirrors. And this can sometimes play on your mind a bit. And unfortunately, you tense up when you're watching your mirrors too much and it slows you down. You get even further back into the guy behind you. So you need to try and keep your mind clear. Not focus on the mirrors too much. Run your own race. If the guy comes past you, then you allow him past rather than blocking too much and you lose time. In an endurance race, you've got to remember it's about getting to the end. It's also a team event, so you need to drive not only for yourself, you need to also drive for your team. But sometimes going for the move is not really worth it. Perhaps we can just show 1v1 information on the secondary screen there. Not all looking good at the moment. Nice and neat and clean. A bit of dust being thrown up there by Nicholas, I believe. Alright, down the main straight. Moving towards turn 1. Let me see what I can find for us here. Oh, a little bit of a challenge here. Just letting Nicholas know that he is there. Sometimes that's another thing. Even though you can't make a move, you just move out a bit. Let the driver know that you are closing in, and at some point you will make a move. It's just a way of preparing them mentally for you being there. Whether you're trying to intimidate them or whether you're actually going for a move, they now know that you are there. Bit of a moment there again, as I think the curb was just clipped ever so slightly by Nicholas. Sorry, just had to have a bit of a cough there, a bit of a dry throat. Right, around the long corner after the carousel. Now, there's actually a corner just before this, is called the kink. Just before that, there's the bend. The bend is actually what veers off to the left and then a right, and that would be part of the motorcycle course. Now coming down through Kettle Bottoms, which is part of the straight, into Canada Corner, which is turn 12. We then go through Thunder Valley, which is this little kink over here. That's Thunder Valley. Thunder Valley actually reminds me of another circuit in America, where it's in the valleys. I think of the name of the circuit, it'll come to me later. Right through Bill Mitchell Bend. That's the final turn, which actually doesn't have a name, it's just turn 14. And this is the Road America Straight. So the straight is actually called Road America Straight. Turn 1 also not showing a name that I know of. Turn 1, turn 2. Turn 2 is actually a straight, which is quite strange. So this is turn 1 here, which has no name. Right here is turn 2, according to the actual track map of the straight. This is then turn 3, also no name. And then as we go under the Cheese Bridge, I just remember it as the Cheese Bridge. I forget what it's called, something, Sargento. That is a kink there, and that kink is turn 4. Then we head into the Moraine Sweep, which is actually turn 5. So many of the corners on the circuit actually don't have a name. So here's Moraine Sweep. Then we head up to turn 6, just as we go under the bridge, we'll turn in left to turn 6, also no name. Not surprising that so many of the corners have no name. Then we do the right, turn 7, once again no name. This little straight here is called Harry Downs. Then turn 8, the left-hander, no name. Turn 9, turn 10 is actually one long bend, but the entry into turn 9 technically is no name, but the whole corner 9 and 10 combined is referred to as the carousel. Ooh, a bit of tire smoking there, so that's going to be an issue towards the end of the race. We head into the kink, fast and flowing. Depending on their setups, they could possibly be going flat out. Maybe they're just easing off slightly just to make sure that they don't drift wide. But we definitely saw a bit of tire smoke there from the outer left tire. The left rear just losing a bit of grip there in traction. So regarding our YouTube comments, yeah, thank you to Johan Bierkes saying drive it like it's stolen. Yep, definitely. Obviously a lot of challenging there. Nicholas is, I think, getting very, very defensive, putting his car in just the right place so that he can't have Jeffrey Rouse coming apart. Jeffrey is starting to really challenge though. Here he comes down the straight. Will he go for the move? He's got a bit of a run on him. He's got the slipstream. He's pulled out. Don't know that he's going to be getting there. He's just too far back and he thinks better of it. But he might get a run down into, what would that be, turn 3, I guess. This is into turn 3. I think he actually lost a bit of drive out of turn 3, so that's also going to slow him down slightly. Right, let's look at our field from back to front. So, in 10th place we currently have Andre Hildebrandt. Looks like he might have the lead. Ooh, actually running slightly wide there. Johan saying, looking good. Thanks, Johan. Yeah, the next series will be an ACC series. That'll be a fun series. It'll be a shorter series, so 1-hour races. That'll be quite exciting to watch. Back to the battle with Jeffrey and them. They are still battling out here. Jeffrey was getting alongside. I'll get back to it in a moment. So we have Everett currently in 9th place. He's right behind Julian Brains at the moment. Julian Brains having to fight him off. That Mercedes are looking like it's definitely on edge. It's getting very, very loose. I don't know, maybe they've just gone for a very loose setup. I'm not sure, but it looks very, very much like it's about to bite at any point. So Julian holding off at the moment. Then, of course, we have the battle up front with Jeffrey Rouse and Nicholas Cortez. And then up front we have David Jones just running slightly wide off track there. And there's a bit of a battle, as I think that's just Andre Hildebrandt up front being passed by, I believe that was Antonio passing him. It was indeed. And in 3rd place we have Stanton Augustus. In 2nd place we have Gerrit Bierkes, also known as the Bumblebee, because many of the times he's raced with us, he's driven in a car that is either yellow or yellow and black, so he's been dubbed the Bumblebee. Unfortunately, we don't have any yellow on him this time, so we can't call him the Bumblebee, but he is followed by his nickname no matter what he drives from now on. So the Bumblebee currently in 2nd place. And of course our leader Lorenzo pulling away ever so slightly. He's got about a 3.3 second gap to Gerrit Bierkes at the moment. So currently the closest gap, we have Jeffrey Rouse and Everett Dumont and Julian Brains. Sorry, it's Jeffrey Rouse and Nicholas Cortez and Everett and Julian. Everett's actually got past Julian, so Julian has been passed by Everett. So we never saw that. It looks like Everett is actually now slightly pulling away from Julian. So thanks once again to the YouTube comments. I got a little bit sidetracked there. But thank you to the YouTube comments also. David A. Lupi saying, go Schuber, go. Schuber, of course, one of our title contentions. We do have Schuber 2 currently leading the race. We have Schuber 1, I think, in 7th place. That's, I think, how the order was for the first round. We had Schuber 2 finishing in 2nd place. Also really good pace there. I think Schuber 1, I believe, was 5th place in race 1, if I'm correct. We could actually have a look at our championship standings just to confirm that. I'm just going to drop that away for now, and then we can just have a look at our standings. Perhaps I can leave the driver detail up in the background. It actually does get covered. So that is our driver standings at the moment. Sorry, our team standings. So Team RS Grip Level from Team Shiba 2, then Full Throttle, then Sim Experience Global 1, NXT Sim Racing 2, then NXT Sim Racing 1, Team Shiba 1. So they actually finished in 7th, not in 5th. My apologies. RR Racing in 8th, so they're actually slightly stronger this meeting. Sim Experience Global 2 was in 9th, and Cool Runnings was in 10th, although they didn't score points. That's where it's showing them at the moment. That is our standings coming into round 2. Jeffrey Rice has actually got past Nicholas Quitters as well without us noticing. And I'm not sure, is that the other? No, it's not. I thought that might have been the other car catching up. So Nicholas actually has the one. It's not Nicholas, it is. I'm getting the teams mixed up, my apologies. Nicholas is actually, that's because of the drivers that we've had driver changes. I'm getting a little bit confused with the team, so apologies for my mistakes. When you're familiar with the drivers, it's a bit easier to get things correct. Yes, the B needs the driver in black and yellow to be faster. So perhaps this is this car we're currently watching, the NXT car. They are black and yellow, but they can't be called Bumblebee. They'll have to be something else. Once again, smoking the left rear tire. Now, I'm not sure what their setup is, but that left rear tire through the kink is smoking it up every single lap. That's not going to be good for tire wear. So perhaps if we have some of our drivers that are not driving at the moment, they'd like to join me in the commentary, they could, if they would like, they could jump into the waiting room just below me, and they could actually join me in the commentary. That would be great to have them. Give us a little bit of insight from some of the drivers, if perhaps there are any drivers that would like to come join. Sometimes it's nice to know what the drivers are doing. They might not want to share all their secrets, but perhaps they would like to share any information that actually makes the stream a little bit more informative. Once again, Nicholas smoking his tire, that corner as well. It just looks like he's got a setup which definitely rotates the outer wheel, so I'm not sure if he's using his diff a little bit more, but definitely the outer wheel's spinning a lot more than the inner wheel. Or perhaps he's actually locked the diff more. I'm not sure which way it would have gone, but the outer wheel definitely spinning more than the inner wheel and smoking up a bit. We've seen it now in 2 different corners. So currently the fastest lap of the race is with Lorenzo. He's got a 2:04.3, which is quite a good lap time. Currently pulling away a bit. I think that was one of the last laps. The last lap was actually a 2:05.9, so the pace has slowed. The last lap for Gerrit was a 2:06.1, so the pace slowed down slightly as the tire wear starts to kick in. Yeah, as Francesco is saying, what will be interesting is, the hard for longer or the medium for faster. So the drivers are required to run 2 different compound tires throughout the race. So they have to run the same compound at once, so they can't mix and match tires, which we did have at the first round. That was clarified that the drivers have to run the same tires front and rear. So if they run mediums now, they will have to run hards later or softs later. If they're running softs now, they would, which would be quite crazy, they would have to run mediums or hards later. So I would imagine at the moment everyone is going to go for mediums and hards. I don't think the softs will last long enough. So we might see, depending on the times of and the fuel strategies, we might see a sprint splash and dash towards the end where the drivers might choose to fit softs, depending on how they are able to stretch their fuel. That's something that we might see. Other than that, I don't think we will see the softs. So depending on how their tires work out, that will depend on what sort of strategy they choose to run at the end. Softs or mediums. Hi Matty, good to have you here. Thank you for joining. Be good to have you back. Hopefully your other races are going good. I believe you guys are doing another race as well. Some of our teams are competing in other races today, so good luck to them there. Hopefully they get some solid results. I know the one race is the Spa race, so that is, I believe, a 24-hour race. So a lot of work for the teams there. Hopefully they have a solid result. Oh, Lorenzo getting very, very sideways there. The back end coming out into the turn, but sort of holding it very, very nicely. But that's living on the edge a bit. But it's definitely working at the moment. It looks like P4 is actually starting to catch P3 ever so slightly, so the gap now just broke under a second. So Stanton Augustus starting to hit maybe tyre wear, or perhaps Antonio just paced himself a bit, prolonged his tyres a bit, and now his tyres are coming into their own. But it looks like Stanton Augustus is going to have to be watching his mirrors soon, because he's got someone closing in really, really fast on him. Fortunately, he ran slightly wide there. But that's something to also worry about, is tyre wear. How does the tyres hold? I know the carousel does wear the tyre. It usually wears your front left tyre. But we've seen with, who was it, Nicholas, I believe, smoking his left rear. Maybe he's going to have left rear tyre. So depending on your car setup, I think that could also be amazing. But the carousel, you tend to push the front going in, and then it tightens on you as well, because they've actually got it named as two separate corners. The second part of it, so effectively it's two apexes. The second apex, where you bring it back, that will also put a lot of wear on the front left tyre. Right, heading down the straight. The gap currently 0.8 of a second into turn 1. It's 0.8. Now it's actually gone up to a second. Looks like Stanton actually getting slightly better there. Holding at a second. Let's see as we get through turn 3 what it could be like. It looks like a little bit of a gap change. It actually went up. I thought it might have gone down. Look, under the brakes, like the gap was closing. It's once again in a second, so kind of neutralized at the moment. Right, so Stanton just holding on tight, doing his own thing. So Road America is definitely one of the nicer American circuits. There are certain American circuits which are very, very well known. Road Atlanta is very popular. Road America is very popular in their regional races, but also in some international series. We do get the IMSA series running here at both of those circuits. Then of course you get the Circuit of the Americas, another very well-known circuit of obviously Formula 1 runs there. Then there's the other circuits that also have their ovals, like we have the Daytona, which is obviously the oval, which then at a later stage ended up building the infield road course to cater for sprint races and endurance racing, as well as the Indianapolis circuit, the same thing there. So we will be running the endurance layout of Daytona, which will be quite fun. I think that's quite a fun circuit to race at. Let's see, how is David Jones doing? So the gap between David and Antonio has increased. That's now 2 seconds. So that gap also stayed quite static for a while. David looked like he might be challenging, but it looks like Antonio had just enough to keep him at bay. So the graphic you're seeing on the screen, when it's green, that's their throttle. So you can see how much throttle is being applied. The red is their brake, so that's how much brake is being applied. So you can see, for example, there's a big spike as he hits the brake, then he eases off and then brakes a bit more. So he's just feathering the brake. Different techniques depending on the driver. Some drivers will feed the brake on slower and then go harder and harder. Some drivers will jam on the brakes and then ease it off and then feed it again. Just feather a bit, which is what David was doing there. Be hard on the brakes, then ease off, allow the wheels to rotate. At some point the drivers might actually be braking, just blip the throttle as well, just to stabilize the car a bit. Andre Hildebrand, our lone Porsche in the race. Good to see the Porsche. His teammate is Maurice van Wijk. Not sure if Maurice will be racing today. He has had some issues, so we might see him, we might not. some of our drivers have had many issues with today. So we're down a few teams, down some of the new teams that actually couldn't race. So thankfully we at least still have 10 teams racing, which is kind of the minimum for a race for us. We don't want to go below 10. So the next round we are hoping to have all the teams back plus a few extras. So currently we have, I believe that's Julian Brains coming past. So Andre Hildebrand is actually currently a lap down. I'm not sure what happened that he's a lap down already. Julian Brains just got past him there. That was not for position. Even though Julian is currently running in 9th and Andre 10th, that pass wasn't the pass for position. That's Julian getting a lap on Andre. Right, I'm just going to take a quick break, just have a drink to get my throat back in order. I'll leave the visuals running. I will be back shortly. Alright, welcome back everyone. I've had a little bit of a break, rest my voice a bit, make sure that I can make the whole 4 hours. It's quite a stint to do. I'm not sure when Sean will join, so I need to just make sure that I can preserve my voice as best as possible. Alright, we have rFactor actually closing in on our leader, so Lorenzo now starting to come under threat. As we see on board on the left hand camera 1 is on board with second place Garrett. Number 2 is on board looking back from the leader, Lorenzo. So as you can see, the gap has come down to 1.5 seconds. It's fluctuating slightly depending on the part of the track. So that is a battle brewing. We'll see also as driver swaps and things pan out what will happen. I believe Garrett's teammate, Jean de Toy, I think he has internet issues today. His internet service provider seems to have just died. So I'm not sure if he'll be joining. He's trying to get hold of them, they are not replying. So perhaps he will, perhaps he won't, we're not sure, but we have given the drivers permission to go solo. So if Garrett can make it solo, then great. But driving at this pace solo the whole race is going to be quite strenuous for Garrett. At the moment he's not holding back, he is catching, he is going for victory. So Lorenzo will be watching as well as the gap briefly dipped under 1.5 seconds, then went back up to 1.7. So as they hit different parts of the track, it's fluctuating. It's slightly wide, they're missing the apex slightly. Definitely needs to pace himself, he's got a long way to go. We're only half an hour into this race. 3 hours 25 left to go. So Garrett getting a little bit loose there and slightly wide. The gap has now gone back up to 2 seconds. The gap between David Jones and Antonio is also static at about 2 seconds. It's fluctuating as well between 1.8 to 1.9, just under the 2 second mark. That's seemingly quite consistent, but we do have a battle further down. We have Nicholas Cortez actually catching up to Everett. Everett currently in 7th place, doing quite a nice job. If we have a battle here, that's going to be happening very, very shortly. Right, so the Mercedes being caught at quite a rate at the moment. So I'm not sure if Nicholas maybe had a pit stop. He dropped quite a way down and he was, I think, in 5th place, so I'm not sure about the pit stop. I didn't notice if he had a pit stop or not. Perhaps if I go to full screen I could see. Okay, so the only person that has had a pit stop, but currently we have Julian Brains in the pits, is Andre Hildebrandt. So Julian Brains currently in the pits. Let's see if we can see. Right, there he is, he's in the pits. Will we have a driver swap? We won't by the looks of things. I think he will be driving another stint. I believe Adib will be joining him later, so there will be a driver swap later on. But currently just doing a stop for fuel, so I guess that means we're likely to have the leaders in for pit stops shortly as well, depending on what their fuel map is. So you are able to change the fuel map of your cars. You can set it to race lean, which is obviously going to give you the best longevity on your fuel but less performance, or you can go all the way down to qualifying, which gives you the most performance but the least longevity. So you'll use the most fuel but get the most performance, and then you can go in between as well. So there's race lean, there's race, and there's qualifying. I think there's another one which is off the top of my tongue, I can't remember it, but there are different maps, so you can play with that in the car. You can change it on the fly. You can change several things on the fly. You can change your brake bias, you can change your fuel maps. I can't think what the other one is. There's another one you can. traction control, so the guys can modulate their traction control. That can also affect fuel usage. So if you have your traction control higher, then it uses an ignition cutoff effect, so it will basically cut the throttle, and that means using less fuel. So the gap has actually grown quite a lot. It's gone up to 2.2 seconds between first and second. So I'm not sure if Lorenzo was maybe just pacing himself, saving fuel, or if maybe Gerrit just had a mistake or two. But at the moment it looks like the gap has grown. It's now 2.3. Maybe Gerrit is just starting to get a bit tired. So of course Antonio in fourth place, also doing a good job, currently just over 2.2 seconds behind Stanton Augustus. So Stanton Augustus in third place has drifted away a bit from second. There's a bit of a gap there of 15 seconds. At 2.2 seconds to Antonio. Antonio did get very, very close not that long ago. And then we have David Jones in the distance as well, also 2.3 seconds back. So David Jones hanging in there, potentially for a third place. You know, he's keeping the gap honest to Antonio, and Antonio's keeping Stanton honest. So we have a split 2-second gap either side of Antonio here. So Antonio is watching what's ahead, he's watching what's behind. Then we have about a 9-second gap to Jeffrey Rouse in sixth, and a bit of a gap of 20-odd seconds to Nicholas. And then we have Everett currently 6/10 back on Nicholas. So I think that position has just changed when Nicholas has got past. So maybe this is Everett now challenging or wanting to come back. And we did actually have a driver swap for Adib, or for Julian Brain. So Adib Humildian has jumped into the car. Good to have Adib on track. Let's see what sort of pace Adib brings. Adib is quite a fast driver. Let's see, can he improve? Will he be able to catch? He's quite far down, unfortunately. But Everett is, by the looks of things, closing in slightly on Nicholas. Let's see if he can make a move. This is the closest battle on circuit at the moment. The sound of the Merc is always, I think it's one of the cars I just love the sound of the most. That deep sort of raspy sound it has. It just sounds like there's lots and lots of torque, which there is. There's plenty of power in that motor. Unfortunately, this particular car is also very, very heavy, but it's got plenty of power. Perhaps we can just do a dual view, since this battle is likely to be the most intense battle on the circuit at the moment. So the other battles are all pretty much static. We'll keep an eye on those. But at the moment, this is about half a second there. Oh, a bit of a slide there, managing to keep it out the wall at least. But the gap has now grown to 1.2, 1.3 seconds, and it's growing as he lost momentum. I think pushing really hard. We did see him practice before this. I think it was in the warm-up. Oh, running wide. Maybe his tyres are just overheated slightly there. Okay, guess the gap's going to grow over 2 seconds. It has. It's grown over to 2.1 seconds now. Let's see if he'll catch up. He's going to need to cool those tyres down, or perhaps the tyres are just shot now. He's going to need to come in for the pit stop. We've seen, I think, three drivers, I think, do pit stops. Julian and Adib, they've done a driver swap and a fuel change. We've had Andre Hildebrand come in for pits. But who else have we had? In fact, it's only those two. As we can see on screen now, the drivers that have had pit stops, although we have Adib in the pits again, perhaps caught speeding maybe. It's showing he's in the pits, but he's clearly not in the pits. Not sure why the live timing is showing that. Perhaps if I refresh it, it will sort itself out. Let's just do a refresh. Right, it's now showing the correct thing. Sorry about that. So unfortunately, it doesn't recognize the team, it recognizes the driver. So it's showing, for example, Adib has not had a pit stop. Well, technically he hasn't because he started from the pits. But that car has had a pit stop. So we know they've had a pit stop. We know Andre Hildebrand has had a pit stop. As for the tires, Andre Hildebrand is now on the medium, so he's changed from the softs. He was the only driver to be on the softs. Maybe the medium tire just is his tire of choice and he doesn't like the hards. So he has changed, he's gone to the hards. So let's see every other... Ooh, we have another driver in the pits. We have two drivers in the pits actually. So we have Antonio in the pits, and right behind him we have David in the pits. Who's going to have the quicker pit stop? Let's see how they come out. So we have some drivers on hards, some drivers on mediums. Our leader is on the hards, and he's actually holding off quite nicely, but it looks like perhaps our driver in second, Gerrit Beerkes, has perhaps hit tire troubles, because it looks like he was catching, but maybe at that point where it started to go was actually because of the tires. So maybe it's just the harder tires are now coming into their own. So we're going to keep an eye on that. So the gap between second and first is currently now just at 3 seconds. Stanton Augustus is about 19 seconds back. So just losing a little bit of pace. Jeffrey Rouse currently in 4th place thanks to the pit stops happening around him. I think that's the highest he's been. Nice to see him in 4th place. It'd be nice if it carried that way all the way through. That would definitely be his best result. So looking good, Jeffrey. Keep up the hard work. Michael Rabellini will be jumping into the car later on. I'm not sure when and how many driver swaps they're going to be doing, but I believe the drivers will need to do a minimum of 3 stops. I think in the last round at the Spa circuit we did, drivers were doing 5 stops. So they're doing basically 2 stints per driver, depending how you had it, whether you did 1, 2 in a row, or 1 in a pit stop each time and a driver swap each time. Oh, we do actually have a bit of action happening on track here. Sorry, while I'm watching Jeffrey being there. Jeffrey currently in 4th up the road. Oh, very, very loose there. That was very close. Wow. Everett getting ever so sideways there and doing everything he can to hang onto the car just enough. That was very close, and I'm sure he's going to need a new pair of underpants after that. Driver swap and a toilet break. So this battle has been going on for a while. We also have Jeffrey Rouse now in the pits. In comes Jeffrey. We still have Gerrit in the pits further up here. So Gerrit is in the pits as well as Stanton. So we did have Antonio and Chris pit earlier. So sorry, Antonio and David. Chris then jumped into the car. Now coming up to Andre Hildebrand. Andre Hildebrand actually giving him the corner. And Chris back in the car after doing qualifying. This is his first race stint. He's going good. We have Gerrit Beerkes currently in the car. We'll see now. Does he hand over to another driver? Will he drive to the end on his own? We have 3 drivers currently in the pits. Sorry, 4 drivers currently in the pits. We have Nicholas in the pits as well. Here comes Nicholas. So it's all happening. It's all in the pits. Pits is the place to be. Unless you want to be the leader, because he's out in front all by his lonesome. Discord chat. Yes, we can check Discord chat. I will have a look quickly. Yes, he started with 1 minute because we had a excess 5 minutes added to the time just so that we could do the manual rolling start. So there's an extra minute that'll just count to the overall time. So it'll be basically a 4-hour 1 minute race rather than a 4-hour race. We weren't too sure exactly how long the outlap would take. So just as precaution, I just added 4 minutes to be safe. Sorry, 5 minutes to be safe, and that's what the extra minute is. That is all good and okay. But thank you for letting us know. Thanks, Matthew. Right, our leader is in the pit. How long will his pit stop be? Where is Gerrit? So Gerrit currently maintained the seat, so not sure if he will have a driver swap at all. if his teammate is available yet, I'm not sure. Marco Rabellini has done the driver swap and has actually come out in third. So Marco Rabellini hanging on to third place. So what a... Oh, getting a bit sideways there. R Racing, having all the driver swaps and the pit stops done, has actually come out in second place. So hopefully they put fuel in and didn't forget to put fuel in, because that was a fantastically fast driver swap there. Alright, so currently our positions are Lorenzo in first, Carrot in second, Michael in third, Antonio in fourth, Stanton in fifth, Chris in sixth, Everett in seventh, Nicholas in eighth, Adib in ninth, and Andre in 10th. Adib currently sitting 9 seconds shy, so that gap was at 100 odd seconds, obviously, as the driver swaps played out and the pit stops played out. That gap is now neutralized and it's now 9 seconds. So let's see, can Adib catch? His last lap was a 2:06, so we'll see. Nicholas did a 2:25, obviously that included the pit stop. I'm just going to change that to there quickly. While we're watching that, I can just have a look at something else in the background. Do we have another battle brewing? Actually have a change of position here? Yes, we do. Everett has indeed been passed by Nicholas. So all drivers currently on medium and hard tires. Got 4 drivers on medium, then we have hard for Augustus, medium for Collison, hard for Cortez, and then medium for the rest of the drivers. So drivers all doing their tire swap allocations. It's now showing on the live timing, it's showing that Chris is currently in the pits, and he's not. As far as I can tell, he's not. Let us jump to Chris and we will find out. Nope, he's definitely on track. Every now and again the live timing will do this thing where it gets confused and it shows things incorrectly, so just refresh it and away we go. He's no longer in bits according to the live timings. So apologies about that. Stanton Augustus chasing down Antonio. So Antonio has managed to put Stanton in the stops. I believe Antonio has had his stop, unless I'm mistaken. We also have Chris Collison, he has got past Marco Rabellini. Up 5, just under 6 seconds ahead of, sorry, behind Stanton Augustus. They're slowly progressing. And of course we also have Adib. Adib is slowly catching up. He was 9 and a bit seconds behind. He's now 5 seconds or 4.8 seconds shy of 8th place, which currently is Everett Dumont. Let's have a bit of an onboard drive with the Ferrari. Let's see, what does this Ferrari sound? It sounds awesome. This car's awesome. We have a yellow in sector 3 very, very briefly, so I'm going to assume that someone ran wide, possibly in the final turn. So the gap between Chris and Stanton currently is 6 seconds, so it's actually growing slightly. I think Stanton is maybe just pacing himself now. I believe they are on different tires, so Stanton currently on the hard tire, Chris on the medium tire. And that could also play into it. Only 2 drivers currently on the hard tire. That's Stanton Augustus and Nicholas Cortez. Alright, so while we are watching Chris, as Chris heads through the kink, on his turn 11 called the kink, let's see, what kind of information can I give you regarding Road America? So let's have a look at, it is a FIA Grade 2 circuit. It hosts open, all kinds of seating, from open theater racing to Le Mans Ultimates to you name it. It hosts virtually everything apart from Formula 1, because it's only FIA Grade 2 and you need to be FIA Grade 1 to be able to host Formula 1. So it hosts IndyCar, it hosts NASCAR. NASCAR, no, sorry, it doesn't. It hosts Trans Am Series. It hosts the GT World Challenge America. That is the GT3 series, as far as I remember. It hosts the IMSA Sports Car Series, which is a Le Mans prototypes, as far as I remember. I think they are still running LMP 1 and 2. I'm not sure if they are using the Le Mans hybrids yet. Perhaps just let me know about that. But the circuit runs all sorts of things. It is a 4-mile track, or 6.5 kilometer. The lap record is currently held by Alex Donardi. I think that's back in the kart series. That is, I think, before he had his horrific accident. Fortunately, he had an accident and lost both his legs. He actually did manage to get back in the car at some points. There was a special car made out for him with hand controls. My father was also a paraplegic, so I was very much keeping an eye on that. He did have some success in some cars. He actually managed to even drive a Formula 1 car in a test, and that made history, the first driver to ever drive a Formula 1 car with hand controls. But unfortunately, he just wasn't able to drive competitively for a long stint. It was just too much for him to handle. So he did manage to go into touring car racing. I believe it was the World Touring Car Series that he competed in, and had some success there. But a very successful driver nonetheless before his accident, and some success after his accident. But still currently holds the lap record here, which is a 141.874 in a kart series. So that was in IndyCar, and some of the drivers broke away. They created kart. You had kart and you had IndyCar. We had Nigel Mansell join kart, and he won it on his first attempt. We had some very famous drivers there, like Jacques Villeneuve. He won the kart, then came over to Formula 1 and actually won Formula 1 with Williams. We have some drivers going back one way or the other. Nigel Mansell won Formula 1 with Williams, then went to kart and won it. I'm trying to think what the team name was, but it was the black and red Kmart sponsored car. I get the team's name. So drivers going both ways. But this is a very, very famous circuit, very well known in all forms of racing. So our two NXT cars driving very, very close to each other. Currently Nicholas is 1 second ahead of Everett. Everett looks like he's actually moving forward. We have Michael Rabellini's dropped down to 9th. Adib has gone up to 8th. So Adib actually looking good as well. Adib currently 2 seconds shy of Everett. So as Michael Rabellini, I believe, has made another pit stop. I think, not sure what that would be for. But Adib has worked his way up to 8th. So Adib coming forward, and he has 2 cars in front of him. So this could be Adib challenging for 6th place. And if Adib does get to 6th place, it's going to be a bit of work to get further up the field. Anything is possible. Let's go on board with Adib. Let's see, he's catching the 2 drivers ahead. So let's look back. Let's do a dual view. We look back from Nicholas. So we've got Everett between the 2 shots. So we have on board with Adib looking forward from position 8. We have Nicholas looking back in position 6. But both of them, the first car you see is Everett Dumont. He's damaged between them. So there's a second between Nicholas and Everett, and there's a 1.6 seconds between Everett and Adib. Adib is catching. His lap times are about half a second faster currently than Nicholas. Well, actually it's faster. The previous lap didn't show time, so I'm guessing a bit of a cut. It's actually about 2 seconds to 2.5 seconds faster, depending whether it's Everett or Nicholas. So currently Everett is about half a second faster than Nicholas. So They're slowly all catching up. So this is a group that's bunching up nicely here. To get rid of our live timing there. Put it in both screens. So get past one of our back markers, which is Andre Hildebrandt. I'm surprised we don't have more Porsches in the series. Unfortunately, it is an older model Porsche. We don't have the current generation Porsche, but we do have a BOP which has made the cars fairly even, and all cars are therefore competitive, so you can jump in any car and drive fairly competitively as long as you have a setup which you're happy with. You can be competitive in any car. Next round we will have an Audi, which will be run by the RS team. They've decided to change to Audi, so the next round we will have an Audi in, and the other RS team is also not here today, so both RS cars are not here today. I actually thought the one RS car would be running, but it seems like both RS cars are not here today, so we should have both RS cars back hopefully for the next one. One of them at least will be an Audi. I'm not sure if they're both going to Audi. I believe it's only one of them, but we will see. Maybe we'll have one Audi and two Aston Martins, or one Audi, one Aston Martin from their team, which would actually make 3 Aston Martins in the race. Right, the battle is now hotting up. For some reason we actually had the wrong camera on. But hopefully now I've got the correct camera. I thought I was actually on board with, well actually I was, but I think the gap has grown between two of the cars, and that's maybe why I was getting confused. Right, so we look forward from Adib and we look back from Everett. Adib hunting down the lone Mercedes in the race. That corner we just went through called the kink, the fast flowing kink. In the warm-up before the race started, I was watching some of the drivers and I could see Everett was struggling through there. He was getting all sorts of sideways through there, and he actually went off twice in the warm-up, looking a little bit better in the race at least, although he is being hunted by Adib. So Adib is looking pretty solid at the moment, coming forward nicely, nice and smooth, nice and fast. Right, here comes Adib. Just once again, if there are any drivers that are wanting to join me in commentary and just kind of give a bit of insight, you're welcome to. You can just join the interview waiting room, which is the room that is just above me. I can then drag you into this room that you can't just jump into. So if you'd like to just give a bit of insight, just, feel free to jump there, and if I see you there I will just drag you in and then we can have a chat. Here comes Adib. Is he going to make it around the outside? Not yet. He might go for it, no, not quite. But he's definitely going for it. He's on the move at the moment. Did I see one of the cars going off? Was that Nicholas? No, it wasn't. For a moment there I thought Nicholas had gone off. Right, Adib around the outside. Ooh, a little bit of contact there. Don't think there was enough room there. He was definitely giving a bit of space. We have a DNF. Is that a DNF for Stanton Augustus? We do indeed have a DNF for Stanton Augustus. I'm not sure what has happened to Stanton. That is a shame. He was running solid in third. So Adib is now in 7th place, and then slowly dropping down the order, unfortunately. Unless he's just had a disconnect, he might be able to reconnect. What's happened to Adib? What has happened to Adib? We have an issue for Adib. He's just ambling along. Do we have throttle inputs? His throttle is maximum. He'd maybe run out of fuel. Oh dear. Oh dear. He's giving throttle. It's revving. But he has no drive. Cars are going past. Could that be possibly another DNF? 2 drivers in 1 lap. Wow. Alright, we'll keep an eye on him. Perhaps we can do a dual view. Oh, I'm kind of in shock at the moment. And we do indeed have I believe that's a DNF. That's 2 DNFs, so I'm not sure what happened to Adib there. Maybe just not monitoring his fuel. It looked like he might have just run out of fuel. That will be quite a blow to the team. Just over an hour in, they would have probably... Well, they should have been alright with fuel. Perhaps it was some other issue. No, I'm not too sure. I don't actually hear the car sounds in my ears. But I'm not too sure if that would have been a mechanical issue or if it was maybe just a fueling issue. It certainly looked like he was revving because the pedal input was showing that he was pushing on the pedal. But I couldn't hear if the engine was actually turning over. So perhaps anyone in the comments could just let me know, was the car actually revving? Right, so currently second place. Garrett is 9 seconds back, so Lorenzo has slowly just gapped him. That gap has become quite a strong, almost 10-second gap. From what was down to a second, or actually just shy of a second at one point, has grown quite a lot. I'm going to take a quick toilet break. I will be back shortly. Alright, I am back. Alright, so everything is kind of looking the same. The gap to second place has unfortunately grown ever so slightly. Thank you, Francesca. The gap from first to second now 11.2 seconds. The last laps, Lorenzo did a 205.883, Kurt did a 206.131. So quite a difference there. Well, 3/10, but that's over a stretch makes quite a difference. Antonio in third place, currently 25 seconds shy of second place. So Team Shiba looking good at the moment in P1 and P3. Team Shiba 1 and, well, Team Shiba 2 in first place and Team Shiba 1 in third place. And then in fourth place we have the lone surviving eXperience Global driver. So there's eXperience Global 1, eXperience Global 2, and it's eXperience Global 3 driver. This is Global 3. Right, Chris having a good run at the moment. Currently 9 seconds shy of third place. Pace-wise, he's a little bit off the pace regarding the gap to third, so I think that gap is going to just grow slightly. I think he is capable of doing faster times. Maybe his last lap was just a bad lap. But the last lap he did a 2:07.0 with Antonio did a 2:06.6, so 4/10 slower than Antonio ahead of him. So the gap actually growing ever so slightly. Car does look really nice. And then in fifth place we have Nicholas. Nicholas has quite a large gap of 58 seconds to Chris ahead of him. But we don't know how the pit stops will play out. There's still 2 hours 50 minutes to go. It is a long way to go still. And then we have Everett in sixth place. They're both NXT drivers. One is NXT Sim Racing 1, one is NXT Sim Racing 2. In this case, we actually have NXT Sim Racing 1 ahead of NXT Sim Racing 2. Unlike the Shibas where the numbers are relative, yeah, it doesn't seem to play out necessarily. But with this team at the moment, we do have Team 1 ahead of Team 2. Marco Rabellini currently in 7th place, so they're having a good race. This is RR Racing. They did finish in 8th place at the previous race, so 1 position higher. So any progress is good progress. And then Andre Hildebrand currently in 8th place. Unfortunately, we have 2 DNFs in the race. We have Adib Chameleon and Stanton Augustus with a DNF. So I'm sure they will be gutted. So currently the gaps are all a little bit large. Looks like the closest gap between anyone would actually be Everett. Everett 5 or 4.5 seconds to his teammate ahead of him. Sorry, not to his teammate, yes, to Nicholas. Nicholas ahead of him. They are both NXT drivers. Down the long straight. Beautiful sounding Mercedes. The sound of this car is definitely very catchy. It's one of those cars when you hear it you know exactly which car it is. Some cars just have a very distinctive sound. This is one of them. Just allow you all just to enjoy the sound of this car. Really, really nice. If you were to compare that to, let's say, the Ferrari of Chris Collison, how different it sounds. Sort of a high pitch, sort of all whinier sound. Very different configuration engines. Also, this is a mid-engine, whereas the Mercedes is the front engine. front engine rear wheel drive, this is mid engine rear wheel drive. All the cars are rear wheel drive, we don't have any front wheel drive cars thankfully. Not sure what car that is in front of us. Is it Andre Hildebrand perhaps? Might be Andre Hildebrand. It is indeed. The drivers are instructed as well regarding the lapping of back markers. The back marker is instructed to drive his own line, do his own race. The driver getting past must make the pass. Sometimes you do have drivers like Andre now has moved over and just let the driver pass a bit easier. And that is all very well, but there are certain times we don't want the drivers doing that because it can actually be providing a more unpredictable nature where the driver getting past won't know where to go. So you want the drivers behind making the pass, so the driver ahead can just roll off a little bit more on the brakes, not accelerate as much, and then that makes the pass a bit easier for the driver getting past, and they lose less time that way for both drivers. It's also the safest way to pass. But if the driver moves over like that early enough and it is predictable enough, then it is okay. So hoping to see Maurice van Wyk in the car later on. He of course is a big Porsche fan, and they are teammates driving the Deltec eSports team. Maurice has actually run the Deltec eSports team for I think over a decade now. That team has been around a long time. They've done international racing. I actually drove for them many years ago in an international series as well. It's also a rFactor 2 series. In the GP VWC, they've driven international endurance series. They've driven in all makes of series, whether it's different sims, different cars. They've competed in everything. So Maurice, very passionate. Andre Hildebrand currently his teammate in this series. Always good to have the Deltec name on track. So Michael Rabellini currently, I think, a fraction slower than what his teammate was doing. Currently doing 209s. I think Jeffrey was doing 207s if I'm correct. So Jeffrey was quite a lot faster at this stage what Michael is doing. Maybe Michael's just pacing himself, not too sure. Right, so back to our leader, who is currently almost 13 seconds, 12.8 seconds ahead of Gerrit. Gerrit Birkus in second place, slowly drifting back. Still a solid position, and 12 seconds is not that much considering we still have 2 hours 44 to go. And if Gerrit is going to end up doing the drive alone, if his teammate doesn't make it, that could be quite a lot for him to do. His teammate unfortunately did notify us of issues that he has with his ISP, so we'll see. He might join, he might not. Bit of a wheel on the dirt there. When I looked up, I just looked at the timing screens, turned up, look up, and I just saw the wheels on the dirt, but not too much lost there. So all drivers on the medium tyre, apart from one driver, Nicholas, currently the only driver on the hard tyre. I would assume then that the medium tyre is the tyre of choice. Judging by the stint length, that's probably the best tyre. The soft, I just think, is not going to make it to full length. The hard is probably just a bit too slow. So the medium is the optimal tyre. I would have assumed that maybe what they would try and do is go for maximum optimal length on the medium, and the final stint maybe do a shorter stint on the soft. That way you get the fastest. You see Michael Rabellini currently in the pits as well as he comes in. Let's see, are they going to do a driver swap? Or we have Jeffrey Rouse back out. Is Michael going to head back out, do a double stint? Not too sure. quite a long pit lane this as well. Pit lane speed is 80 kilometers an hour. So thankfully it's not too slow, but nevertheless it is quite a long stint this. Watch the timer, it's about a 20-second stop. I guess we can move on to Chris Collison, currently 4th place, 12 seconds back from 3rd place. The gap is growing. About a second shy of Antonio in 3rd place on the previous lap. Not sure if his setup is just meaning his tyres are going off or what the actual case is, but definitely slower at this phase of the race. Perhaps he's going to stretch his fuel a bit longer. The Ferrari has a 81-litre fuel tank. Some of the cars have more than that, some have less than that. So all part of the BOP is to set the fuel, so that means, you know, over a longer stint, cars will basically all be as even as possible. So certainly at this phase of the race, the pace he's doing might be fuel saving, it might be tyre wear issues, we are not too sure. I'm going to take a small break again. I will be back shortly. I'm back, and hello, Julian. I see you're also here.
Hi, how's it, everybody?
What happened?
Firstly, I drove the first bit that Jason, the safety car mixture, couldn't figure out what was going on. And then after handing off the Adib, I went out to walk the dog, and I've since realized that I think he had a technical problem, and I don't know if the car switched off. He couldn't start it again. That buttons weren't mapped, or if he ran out of fuel. But we did add 60 liters of fuel, so I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I could see on the onboard that he was pushing the throttle. The throttle pedal was moving, but the car obviously wasn't going. So, yeah, I'm not sure what had happened. If the car just shut off, I don't know. Maybe he can rejoin and carry on driving. I don't know if it would allow that.
I think it would allow that, but I mean, now we're so far behind. I've pulled him up here as well now, just in case he joins, but he hasn't actually been there for a minute.
Yeah.
Maybe
Welcome,
he can
Adib.
explain to us
Hi.
what happened.
Yeah, sorry about the bad luck. Perhaps you can talk us through what happened.
So I have no idea what happened. The car just went off. So I was telling Julian earlier, I don't know if it's the fuel. I don't know if it, somehow the look, but we were long in the pits. That like no, we did like almost a minute pit. That was like 57 seconds, so that must have been fuel as well. But the car just went off, and when it went off, I started pressing buttons on my little button box here, of course, because I have ignition and starter assigned. I press ignition, everything went off, and then I turned it on again, and I tried to start, and it makes a sound actually, like it makes the ignition sound, but it just didn't start. So
it's a very technical problem there. I mean, is there, what's his name, data that we could see if we ran out of fuel?
There is data on the server, but when I think you have to wait till the server's finished the race, then it shows the data. Yeah, then you can see in the history what had actually happened.
Yeah.
So we will know after the race what had happened, but for now it's a bit of a mystery. Have you not tried rejoining Adib?
I'll rejoin now.
Because perhaps you can rejoin. You're currently 12 laps down, unfortunately. But there's still 2.5 hours to go, so anything can happen. You can maybe still get a couple of points, make up a few positions.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind driving. What happened to Stent?
I'm not sure what happened to Stanton either. Also had a DNF that happened off screen. I think he blew his engine perhaps. I'm just checking a message he sent me. Yes, he blew the engine. So of course these cars
without the shift protection.
Yeah, we don't have shift protection, that is disabled. But possibly he just did what happened to you, Julian, just had a bit of bad luck with a downshift maybe.
Yeah.
It happens to everyone. So yeah, you've got to be so careful. Nurture the car as best as you can while trying to go as fast as you can.
Yeah, that's looking quite strong out there.
Yeah, currently in second place. The gap has grown to 30 seconds between himself and first place, but still a solid second place. Adib, are you busy trying to rejoin?
I'm in the server now, yeah.
Okay, does it give you the option to drive?
No, it doesn't. It says DNF.
Oh, that's a shame.
Did you join as a driver?
I joined, yeah.
As the driver with that car?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, man. I've no now that you mention, I'm just thinking if maybe that happened to me with the downshift thing. I wonder if the engine maybe blew.
But were you downshifting quite hard?
No, I wasn't. But my son was here by me, and he leaned against. I think he leaned maybe against my little shifter that I have here on the side, and it downshifted. And actually, it happened about that time, yeah.
Could be.
So I'm thinking maybe that is the reason why I didn't want to start again, yeah.
Could be, yeah, blown engine maybe or something, yeah. Could also be not just the downshift, maybe the upshift. Maybe you're revving too much on an upshift also could have.
But he's saying, the Deep's got a plethora of controls there. I'm sure he's got another shifter that's on the side that also controls the car.
Yeah.
Sorry, the button. We have a penalty for Jeffrey Rouse. Not sure what for, but he's just received a penalty. maybe track
So probably
cuts.
track limits, eh?
Yeah.
Track limits at about to catch you at about the stage of the race, because I know we were on 1 when I got out of the car, so that was only one stint in. So, and there's five points until you get to drive through.
And Jeffrey's been driving behind, I believe it is Antonio. He came out of the pits, I think he's a lap down on Antonio. But his pace has been comparable. So at this stage of the race, his lap times are looking pretty good. So he's just stuck with him. He caught up to him. There was about a 2-second gap. He caught right up to him and he's just sat there. He actually looked like he was trying to get past. Here he is now serving his penalty. Let's see, is it a drive through or is it a stop and go? We will see. It's quite a long drive through if it is. The other thing is with the pit exit, you have to keep your pit limiter on till turn 1 to avoid it giving you a track cut as well. It's quite strange. Looks like it's just a drive through maybe, although it's a long pit lane, he might still have to go stop it. I think it is a drive through. I believe his pit stop is a bit earlier. Yeah, that's a drive through. So that's probably a track limit that he's hit. He keeps his limiter on.
So
Right,
did he lose a position there to Damont?
No, I think he was in 7th. I stand corrected, but I think he was in 7th. Because he's a lap down on Everett, so that position wouldn't have changed.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, lots has happened.
Yeah, the pace has been hotting up. There's been some good battles, but it seems to have settled. We're at that phase where everything has settled. And at the moment, it looks like, from what I'm seeing, just looking at the lap times, the driver that was falling back, that is now going forward, is Chris Collison. That gap was, I think, 13 seconds earlier. That's now down to 10 seconds. We have a DNF for Carrot. What has happened to Carrot? We have another DNF. Oh dear. That might be just fatigue. Carrot driving alone at the moment, maybe just struggling to drive anymore.
Yeah, he's in the pits.
Yeah, that would be a shame. A solid second position, and unfortunately, just physical limitations.
Let me see if these guys are interested in telling us what's going on.
It looks like it's a race of attrition at the moment. All sorts of DNFs happening. So that puts Chris now on the podium. So Chris is now up on the podium. 10 seconds, well now it's back to 11 seconds off of second place. So second place doing a solid second actually into the pits at the moment. So Team Shibba, is that Team Shibba 1 or Team Shibba 2? Team Shibba 1 actually. Where's Team Shibba 2? Oh, they're in 5th place. They are. Have I been getting the Team Shibbas mixed up? I think I have. Apologies. So, Deeb, your pace was looking quite good until you had your issue. You were definitely catching the guys ahead of you. What was the car like at the time?
Oh, the car was driving nice at the time. Before I got in, I was having a chat with Julian. He mentioned that like his tires was running off very fast. But I was managing the tires quite decently, and I was catching. I think it was Dumont. I was catching up with Dumont, and then that just happened. Like I was on his tail. The time I reached him, basically, that is when I had my little incident. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a real shame with this whole engine protection and the shift protection issues. It's something we should, well, drivers, I guess, can consider if they want to use shift protection. So maybe you'll want to for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I think I'm gonna have to set strict rules here. No one must come in the room while it's race time.
Put a big foam barrier around your shifter.
I actually considered putting it on, but I thought we might lose time because you know what it happens when you're in the race and you're busy, and sometimes you can't shift down or you can't shift up or whatever. So I considered putting it on when I selected the car because obviously we weren't together. But Gerard has joined us and he's obviously, I don't know if it's a similar problem or what happened with him.
Hi guys.
Hi, Gerrit. What happened? Sorry to have you here, but what happened?
Oh, unfortunately the last 2 laps is just struggling to concentrate. And that fast right-hander just clipped the inside curb and yeah, that's all she wrote. The car spun around. And back end into the wall, engine went.
Shucks.
Yeah.
And it's quite unfortunate because 5 minutes ago, Genre came into the Discord and he said he's ready to drive, and yeah, it was just a little bit too long for me.
Yo,
Yeah, so after all of that, John is ready to drive and just, yeah,
Yeah,
couple of
but
minutes
it's all
late.
good. It's no problem.
Yeah, so we have to unfortunately head to the next race, which will be Monza, which will be quite an interesting race.
Yeah.
So for the drivers that aren't aware, we have something called a shift protection on the cars. So for this particular series, we've disabled it. We have a BOP set, which is a balance of performance set on the cars to try and make the cars all as even as possible. And something we do is we give the option to disable the shift protection. Now by default, it is off. Some drivers prefer it off because you can get a bit more out of the car by driving with it off. But you can get caught out as well. So that's something that has caught out a Deeb. You've been caught out by the shift protection.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So you could enable it and it can protect you, and then you could at least have your son coming in the room without issue. But it could slow you
Okay.
down.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Okay,
the
for
problem
next
with,
time, yeah.
and the problem with the shift protection, for those that aren't aware how it runs, the software is trying to protect the car, but in a real car it works slightly different to here. So if your revs are too low, it doesn't want to allow you to shift down, which is technically not what shift protection should do. Shift protection is to stop you shifting and damaging the gearbox, shifting down with too high revs, not down with too
Yeah.
low revs. So it does cause a problem, which is why we choose to run with it off, because you can actually drive in low revs, shift down, and no problem. But then there's the risk of a misshift at some point, shifting down when you are in high revs and blowing the engine. So unfortunately, we have confirmed 2 blown engines. Well, definitely one, Stanton Augustus, he blew his engine, and possibly a D blowing an engine with a downshift issue. Unfortunately, characterized with, I guess we would call that fatigue,
Yeah.
driver fatigue. Definitely something to worry about when you're doing these long races on your own. I'm not sure how many of the drivers are driving on their own. There's Andre Hildebrand, he's driving on his own. He unfortunately, I'm not sure if Morris is going to be joining him. Just cruising out there at the moment, just doing what he can to keep on track. That's something you could have considered doing in hindsight. Maybe just try to take it easy to last the distance. Although you were driving so competitive there, Gerrit, you were challenging for the lead at one point. You got within a second of the lead, and then things sort of slowly unraveled.
Yeah, I was actually in the first stint, midway through, I could see he was actually grinding. He was very hard on that left front, going through that long right-hander, and but he was on the hard tires, and yeah, I could close a little bit, but as soon as he hit the mediums, he just booked. He was gone.
Yeah.
My lap times also came down, but yeah, it is what it is. Just work on it.
Yeah, so it looks like Lorenzo is currently into the pits. So that is our leader, Lorenzo, coming in. I think that's for his 3rd pit stop, if I'm correct. We have him in the pits. The live timing is saying we have others in the pits, but according to my official timings, we don't. Let me just reset the...
Nicholas Cortez just went into the pits. Everett Drummond just jumped into the pits. Everett
yes.
Dumont, my word. So yeah, so dyslexic. I shouldn't be on.
I think I've also been reading it. I've been saying sometimes Dumont, sometimes Dumont. But yeah, it's Dumont.
So everybody seems to be in the pits at the moment. A lot of guys.
So this might benefit David Jones, currently in 3rd place, thanks to all the pit stops. He was 5th a few seconds ago, now up to 3rd place. So they are back in 3rd, because before Chris did the pit stop, he was in 3rd. Unfortunately, due to Gerrit dropping out from 2nd place. So David Jones currently 53 seconds shy of 2nd place. 2nd place is likely to pit stop very, very soon. Maybe they'll get the undercut. They've pit stopped first, so maybe they'll get a bit of an undercut. They were, I think, if I remember correctly, before the pit stops, about 4 seconds shy or 5 seconds shy of 2nd. It might have been a bit more. Maybe it was closer to 10. So maybe they'll get a bit of an undercut and close in and actually be able to challenge for 2nd place.
Is anybody watching this team? Should we stay Or should we leave Dennis to it? What do you guys think?
You guys are welcome to stay. It's nice having a bit of extra commentary or perspective here as well. I'm not sure when Sean's going to be joining me. He did say he'll join later, so I'm not sure when that will be.
Yeah, I'm gonna knock off for a bit. I'll join you guys now again.
All right, thanks,
And
Adib.
you-
And sorry about your result.
No problem. On to the next, I guess. Yes.
Thanks,
Alright.
boys. I'm also helping
Thank you.
out here quick. Maybe I'll join you a little bit later.
Okay, cheers, Carrot. Sorry about the bad luck.
Cheers, guys.
Okay, cheers, Julian. Catch you later.
Cheers.
Cheers,
Bye.
Adib.
I was gonna hang with you a little bit.
Oh, all right. Well, are you going to stay then?
Yeah, I'll stay a little bit.
Let's go on board with the Ferrari. Let's get an onboard perspective from the
Ooh,
watcher.
Lorenzo getting a little bit of spin there on fresh tires.
We actually saw a few of the guys. I believe it was. I think the driver swaps have thrown me a bit. It was the driver of the NXT BMW. It
That
was-
night they all are these three.
He was spinning his left rear tire through several of the corners. There was smoke coming off his tires almost every lap. So at the moment it's Luciano, the driver that was before him, because they've got different drivers in the car this week versus last round. I can't remember the name, so apologies there. Yeah.
Are you sharing a feed with me? No.
Oh, am I not? I'm not. Let me do
You're
that.
not.
Sorry.
So I don't know what you're seeing because I'm just following my own action here. And P4, 2, and 5 are running nice and close together at the moment. They all came out of the pits together.
Yeah. Feed is being shared, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, Luciano has now taken over the car, so good to have him in the car. Welcome. New driver joining us. And thanks to all the comments on YouTube as well. Thanks everyone confirming that they are watching. Good to have everyone watching live. Right, so perhaps we can just do a quick championship wrap up or roundup while we are doing this. Just to let everyone know what is actually happening with the championship currently. So our points for the championship, the drivers that win will get 25 points, and all the way down to 10th place is a single point. There's a point for pole position and there's a point for the fastest lap. Coming into this round from Spa, we have Team R's grip level on 26 points, Team Sugar 2 on 18 points, Full Throttle on 15 points, eXperience Global 1 on 12 points, NXT Sim Racing 2 on 10 points, NXT Sim Racing 1 on 8 points, Team Sugar 1 on 6 points, RR Racing on 4 points, and then we have eXperience Global and Cool Runnings and all the other teams that didn't get points and going further down.
But we have no points so far.
No.
That's discouraging.
I think you had a DNF for last round, you had a DNF
Did
now.
have, yeah, we've had very bad luck. So I must say that this Everett Demont actually having quite a good race. If you watch him, he's just sitting behind P2, just quite steadily, quite happily. And he was actually at the back with me at the beginning of this race. We had a bit of a back and forth. I overtook him a few times. It didn't look like his pace was that fast, but then all of a sudden he found a groove and he's in it now to win it there. So, not to win it exactly, but he's certainly quite comfortable sitting here behind P2.
I wonder if it's also something to do with setup, because when I was watching the warm-up between qualifying and the race, I saw him spin off twice in what they call the kink, fast corner after the carousel. He went off there and just lost control of the car. So I thought, okay, there's maybe a setup issue where the car is maybe set up for either for qualifying and he's using in the race, or he's using a race setup with qualifying fuel. But for some reason the car was snapping on him, so I didn't think he would be competitive as he is, because it looked like he was struggling to hang on to the car. But in the race, he had 1 or 2 moments, but he's looking pretty good at the moment. So, touching wood here, hopefully I don't curse him. But at the
See what
moment,
they
yeah,
lap
looking
times
good.
look like. That last lap was a 2:07 from Antonio, and Everett did. I mean, he's well within playing in that space. So yeah, he did a 2:09. 2009,
2087. according to-
2087.
Yeah.
But Antonio actually did a 2088 as well, so they're very much similar in pace.
So a 10th faster than Antonio in second place at this stage of the race.
Yeah,
It
just a
bodes
little bit
well
of-
for him. Bodes well for him. At least he's starting to get to grips with the circuit and the car. Maybe that means in the next rounds he'll also start to get to grip with the car a bit more.
He looks like he's actually just probably saving tires. It's obviously difficult to overtake because he'll get a blue flag. Because would he need to overtake here to unlap himself? I would imagine.
Yeah, he would, yeah. But he would have to overtake second place and catch first place, pass first place, then he'll get
Yeah, so
completely
maybe
unlapped.
he is looking for the overtake then ultimately, you know? Well, I mean, why wouldn't you want to unlap yourself?
Yeah. But at the moment, it's still a solid position. And at
he's not
least
in
he's
the
got
traffic.
second place to guide him along, which will help him go a bit faster as well. And that'll hopefully, when the pit stops play out, he'll pick off some other places.
Antonio's a little bit off the pace at the moment though, for whatever reason.
Maybe it's just a phase of the race before a pit stop. The tires are maybe going, fuel's maybe low, tires are worn, and he's
That's
maybe
that.
just cruising a bit.
Another thing to consider is that he's on the softs and Antonio's on the mediums. Why he'd be on softs?
Well, that's quite surprising actually. We have David Jones in the pits as well now, so according to the, it's a bit weird. The timings is saying that he's in the pits, but yeah, he's clearly on track. I don't know why the timings does it. Let me just reset them every now and again, just get a bit confused. Right, now it shows the correct, that he is actually on track, and what we are seeing is not a illusion. That Ferrari to me does look very nice though. Some of the cars, like the Merc, doesn't really look like a sports car, even though it's got sports car performance. I guess the same as the Bentley. Obviously the Ferrari is a Ferrari, and you expect it to look sporty. The Aston looked quite sporty. The BMW just looks like your average sedan. But some of the cars definitely have more. They just look like they are performance cars. The Ferrari to me is the nicest looking car in the field. Of course, we do have a Porsche in the field as well, which is another sports car brand. It's an older model Porsche, unfortunately. Don't know if they're ever going to release a new model for rFactor, probably not. Because they do have Le Mans Ultimate right now, which does, I think, have the newest version. Andre Hildebrandt's actually doing really good, almost at the halfway mark, driving solo at the moment. It's a long drive to do on your own.
That is quite a feat, yeah.
And Andre's no spring chicken either. One of our veteran drivers, so he's in his 60s, so hats off to him. It's quite an effort to be driving.
100%. My dad is in his 60s and he would not be able to do this, I can tell you that much.
Well, we have younger drivers that aren't even capable of doing this. Drivers in their 20s, that's anything over an hour, hour and a half, and they just totally lose it. So for him to already be at the 2 hour mark, that's almost at the 2 hour mark, that's very impressive. And to do the full 4 hours alone, possibly, if Morris doesn't make it, that's really impressive. Should give him extra points for the effort. Right, so our leader currently on the previous lap was a 206.8. Fastest lap of the race so far is a 204.1. So that is almost 3 seconds a lap slower.
Antonio looks like he's gonna make a move, eh? I mean, sorry, Everett looks like he's gonna make a move.
Yeah, he's
He was
right
very
there.
close on that last straight, but I think he almost wants. It's like he wants Antonio to make a mistake so that he catches a real gap and doesn't make a move that just gets him a blue flag, and it's difficult to pull away.
Or a dangerous move and cost the
Yeah, he's
second
very
position.
patient. So he's clearly very seasoned at or the team at least, very seasoned at the endurance racing, it would seem. Because that's the key. You want the race to come to you at the end, not the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta play the long game in endurance racing.
Yeah. And they seem to have everything working in their favor. now. I think maybe he's putting Antonio off a bit because Antonio's pace is not as good as David Jones even behind him.
Maybe Antonio doesn't realize it's not for position. Maybe he's assuming that this is for position.
I mean, even if it's not for position, it's still pressure, you know what I mean? It's somebody that's trying to unlap themselves and they're putting themselves behind you constantly.
Well, if you were in that position, what would you do? Would you defend? Or would you allow the driver past them?
I'd let you pass there and then follow you if you're a little quicker than me. Drag me along. But think about it. Antonio's got his teammates in P1, so he's not really looking to catch. You know what I mean? In a sense. I mean, he would love to, but he knows realistically with the gap, he's looking to defend his position. And how do you defend it? By chasing this guy. So if there's, for me, as someone that's running at the back of the field, there's always incentive to be dragged along. This is the front of the field, essentially.
Yeah, it's a good flashing there.
Yeah, he's looking to make this move now. He's saying, I'm ready.
That's actually quite the mentality to have because he is a lap down. He's flashing and the driver ahead is not entitled to allow him pass because the driver ahead is P2 and he's a lap ahead. So yes, if he is faster, he needs to make the pass. He can't expect the driver ahead just to allow him past. So flashing it's quite funny actually.
Maybe he's just signaling and letting him know, look, I'm coming. Don't think I'm just happy to sit in your stuff.
Yeah, look, we did see earlier he got alongside him and then just stuck his nose out just to let the driver know that he's there. Maybe this is now another thing on the straight. Just flash a bit, just
exactly.
Remind him, yeah.
Let's have tires behind you. I'm coming for it, and because I must say that's the vibe I got from old Dumont, is that it's a very patient driver, and it's the same driver that was in when I was racing. So I don't know if they've done a driver swap or what. I haven't followed.
Yeah, maybe it's the same driver name, but maybe they've done a real world driver swap in the same sim rig.
Yeah.
We did have some other teams that were hopefully going to join, that probably join for the next round only, that were going to do driver swaps, in the same sim rig because they didn't want to do it virtually for whatever reasons. Father and son pairings and things like that. Maybe they're the same. Maybe this is now the father or the son driving, and the one is faster than the other, because we definitely see a pace increase from the start of the race to now.
Yeah, we just given them the commentator's curse here, because now he seems to be pulling back a little bit.
Maybe it's the flashing of the lights.
Flashing of the lights gave Antonio the...
Fired him up and said, "Hot you, I'll show you." Got foot down a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe Antonio has been preserving the car, saving fuel, and decided, you know what, I'm just going to put my foot down, pull away from you, get you off my back. Yeah, so that now is probably about a second at the moment. It's down to a couple of tenths. Sorry, you were saying all the while?
I was watching David Jones' progress on the tour there. I can't quite follow exactly what's going on here. I've got weird information.
So David Jones currently 41 seconds behind second place. He runs slightly wide onto the straight.
Because all of this, it benefits him only. If Everett's dropping back there, Everett, I don't know how to say this name, Everett Dumont. I must get it right, we're talking about him a lot. He's dropping back slightly, it's the softs now, I suppose. That's what we were also noticing, that he was on the softs.
That would
So
explain the increased pace and now the sudden drop of pace, yeah.
Yeah, his softs are probably falling off now a little bit, and Antonio's are
So
still
then
well with
he'll probably come into the pit shortly, and if he does, that might play into the hands of Jeffrey Rouse, because Jeffrey Rouse is on track. He's on the hards at the moment. There's 96 seconds between them. So that might slowly play out. I think he'll still come out ahead of Jeffrey. I think a pit stop is, depending, is roughly, 60 or 70 seconds. Plus 20 odd seconds in and out of the pits. So that's going to be close. That's if Everett does come, because I think Everett will come, but it looks like his pace is dropping quite rapidly now, so maybe he'll pit now as he heads into the final turn. Let's see, definitely struggling a bit with tyres, I think. Soft
No.
tyres. Carries on.
Goes past.
But yeah, definitely falling off the pace slightly, so I would presume it's tyre wear because he is on the soft tyres. Unfortunately, we can't see tyre wear at the moment.
So maybe not such masters of endurance strategy after all.
I actually wonder, can we maybe on the server side of things see some of the data? I'm going to see. I'm not sure.
I've got the data up from Tiny Pedal, so that's why I can see what tire compound everybody's on.
But I'm on the live side and I can see some data, but not enough data.
And I can see the
Wide there again. Yeah, unfortunately the server only gives the real information at the end. It doesn't seem to share it mid-race. So I can tell you the ambient temperature is 14, the track temperature is 43. Quite a low temperature actually.
yeah.
But it's definitely now falling back. We've seen a few moments where he's just run off. I think the tyres is not quite biting enough at the apex. He just drifts slightly wide and off the track, and there goes a few tenths here and there.
But strong showing from Chris Collison and David Jones, some experience Global 3.
Very
Very
much
strong
so.
showing from them in third place at the moment. They seem to be a lap up on Luciano behind them, so fairly safe third place at this stage of the race if they can keep it together. Still, I mean, we're only halfway through.
It's crazy to think we're only halfway through at this point. 4 minutes to go, we'll hit the halfway mark.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go and we'll hit the halfway mark, and we've already got 3 DNFs, unfortunately. Yeah.
A little bit wide there, got a bit sideways in and then just sort of slid it out, but it seemed alright. Not sure what his tyres will be like at this stage. We know the Ferrari runs slightly less fuel than some of the cars, only 81 litres of fuel. I'm not sure how much fuel it uses per lap versus the other cars though. Heading into turn 1, perhaps we can do an onboard lap with David, just see how his lap is comparing to his previous laps. Nice and neat through turn 1 as we go through the infamous turn 2, which is just a straight. Now into turn 3, which as far as I remember didn't have a name. Right, and we're down the long straight.
I'll be back, guys.
Okay, this is the moraine sweep. Turn 5 at this point. And we head under the Corvette Bridge. I think that's kind of just what it's referred to as a Corvette Bridge, which is then turn 5, which also no name. Turn 5, turn 6, am I getting my corners wrong? I am. Actually hurry downs into turn 8 now. Right, into turn 8. And then we'll hit into a double turn, or even though that's effectively one turn, it's a double apex, so it's turn 9, turn 10. The combined naming of this is the carousel. All the way around the carousel. Then we'll go past, you'll see some road on the left, right there. That's called the bend. And here we have the kink. The bend is only used for the motorcycle course. Kind of like the Red Bull Ring where they have the motorcycle in the straight, they have a bit of a chicane there to do safer things. It's the same here. Right, and now into Canada Corner, which is turn 12. And go through Thunder Valley. And then Bull Mitchell Bend, which is this one here. And into the final turn, which is turn 14, which does not have a name. So a fairly decent lap onto the Road America Straight. The original name for Road America Straight at Road America. Alright, that's a lap of Road America thanks to David Jones. So in fourth place, Luciano doing a good job at the moment. Last lap time was a 2:07.9. So only a fraction slower than David Jones ahead, who did a 2:07.1. David Jones ahead actually is catching up to P2. P2 did a 2:08.3. So that was 1.2 seconds faster on the previous lap than P2. Gap is currently 36 seconds, so we'll keep an eye on that as the race progresses. That might come down. But David Jones is showing a really good pace at the moment. We'll see when Chris Carlson gets back in the car what the pace is like. Jeffrey Rouse also having a really solid performance at the moment, currently in 6th place. Last round they finished in 8th place, so they're 2 places higher than they did finish the last round. We have Andre Hildebrand currently in the pit, so in for another pit stop. And let's see, what tyres will he be fitting now? We have seen him run the softs, we've seen him run the mediums. Is he going to run another set of mediums? Is he going to run softs? Is he going to run hards? I would assume he won't run the softs again. I think that was probably not the right choice. We also only have 2 hours left to go, so we've passed the halfway mark. So more than halfway into the race. A long stop. We will see shortly as the race progresses what happens there. Everett's still on track. Actually hasn't gone for his pit stop yet. I was assuming he would go for a pit stop. It looked like his tires were just sort of falling off the cliff. But actually managing to stay out there and hang on. Maybe he's just decided to, as we see him run really wide in turn 1, maybe he's decided just to back off a bit, try to preserve it and make the stint last rather than have to put too early and throw their stint off. So it's costing him a lot running wide like that. Some corners the car looks fine, like there, it actually looked quite nice and neat and clean. But in some of the corners, certainly the faster corners, I know going into the carousel, the front left takes a strain. There he runs wide again. But it's the front left that takes the main strain, like that corner we went through there would be the front right giving in. Now we'll go around into the carousel. It's this long corner here which puts so much strain. As you see the car leaning over onto the front left tire. That's why you have that front left tire wearing out so fast. It's because of this corner and how the weight is pushing it. Pushing the rubber across the tire, basically rubbing it out. Decided to refresh the stream page because it looks like I was getting a bit behind on the stream there, so I'm not sure if things were behind on your side at all perhaps, but sometimes I have a page that helps me watch things and it wasn't showing correctly, so that's been refreshed. So 1 hour 57 to go. Still quite a long way to go. I'm going to take a short break. If Julian comes back while I'm on a break, then hopefully Julian can just chat a bit. But I will be back shortly. I just need to go grab a drink to make sure I don't lose my voice.
Dennis, you there? Well, we have Jeffrey Ryu coming out of the pits. And he's gonna get lapped even further by Everett Dumont. And Everett takes off, and Jeffrey's still following. And as you see that, you just saw them as you watch the leader now go into the pits. Lorenzo. As Lorenzo comes into the pits, probably for the last time. No, unlikely for the last time in this race. David Jones now is running in P2. How is that? When did that happen? There was a pit stop by Team Shiba 1. Damasu Kontu got in. Okay, so that's when David Jones must have taken that position. Meaning that they must still come in and do a pit stop, and it looks like it's a smaller gap than a pit stop between them. Yeah, now how's it, Dennis?
Go get something to drink.
Yeah, no, I just came back because I was sure you needed a break. I've got no way of controlling your feed, so I can't see what's going on or change anything up. But I've been just chatting about what is going on in the background. Lorenzo should still be in the pits, yeah.
So David Jones is now up to second place. That's pretty impressive.
That's because there's been a pit stop by Team Shiba 1, and they changed drivers, and it doesn't seem like he's got a pit stop gap to the P3, so as soon as they change drivers again, those positions will change likely. It must be different pit strategies. I haven't been following who's doing what really, but that's what I imagine would be happening.
But I think David has definitely been catching them. So maybe the gap at the moment is 66 seconds. I think you need about 100 seconds. So as the race progresses, maybe by the end you'll actually be with them. We never know.
Yeah, I don't know actually. Like I say, I haven't quite been following. If I look at lap times, if I look at lap times, then there's actually not much in it. So yeah, there could be a bit of catching going on.
Yeah, it's hard to know based on the lap times at the moment what's actually happening.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at like averaging lap times. Like they're pretty tight. They're pretty close, even though the field is pretty widely spread.
Yeah, I see Luciano at the moment, who's now in the car. Where in NZT, he's only 5.6 seconds shy of third place, so currently doing quite well as well.
5.2. So he's chasing down Tomas at the moment. Tomaso.
And he was about half a second faster on the previous lap. With a gap of roughly 6 seconds at the moment. So that means in 10 to 12 laps he could be potentially, if the pace were to stay the same, could be challenging for third.
Well, what would be interesting is if he catches before some XP do their driver swap, has to, slow him down a little bit. And then if they all come get into contact with each other once they've swapped, and the field settles again.
Yeah, so Tommaso, how would I say it? Tommaso
Tommaso Conte.
So currently only 5.5 seconds ahead. Now it's 5.3 depending on where they are on the track.
To me, it says 4.2 and then 5.4.
Yeah, I think it fluctuates depending on what part of the track they're on, whether they're braking or what.
Yeah, but he's still no, he's not. So I didn't know was it same lap.
Now it's up to 6 point something. I wonder if there was a mistake there by Luciano as we see him touching the dirt slightly.
Pushing too hard as he smells the bait up ahead. But I think these guys all know each other, man.
So one of our commentators from earlier in the YouTube was Matteo, and of course he's now driving. So Matteo was chatting on the stream and on our Discord. Of course he's now jumped in the car to take over the lead. And for some reason it's, once again, the live timing is still showing that he's in the pits, but he's clearly not. Seem to have all sorts of weird glitches coming out with a longer race maybe.
So I see the guys had some issues earlier, needed help in the Discord.
Yeah.
That's all sorted though, I take it.
Yes, yeah, everyone got sorted out. Yeah, there was just a bit of confusion because the race is technically 4 hours, but the race was set for 4 hours and 5 minutes. So they were questioning the time. But that was because we had a manual outlap.
Understood.
But I guess it could have been a bit shorter, so maybe we could make it 4 hours 3 minutes the next time. Or 4 hours 2 minutes, whatever.
Well, whatever the outlap is, yeah.
So Matteo looking pretty solid at the moment. Last lap was a 205.5. Sideways on the exit there.
What off on the pace off the bat.
Yeah, that's 2 seconds a lap faster than second place currently.
Wasn't it a 204?
No, 204 is his best time. Last lap was a 205.517.
Okay, lap 63 on it.
It comes up to lap Andre Hildebrandt. So really impressed with Andre Hildebrandt's performance.
Yeah, he's doing really well, all on his own, really. Hat off to him. Hat off to him.
The one thing I've noticed from all the years of racing with Andre racing with us, he's definitely one of those drivers who just keeps at it. So I've noticed in our series, in other series, he's one of those guys who'll make every race that he can. Like he only missed one race with us, and that was, we made a slight mistake there. He's usually very consistent, and he'll just keep going, just keep chipping away at it. And he often gets good results in the championships overall, because he's there for every race and he just keeps going, he doesn't give up. He actually, I think, finished 5th in the South African GD3 Championship, which is a FIA series that was held by ATK. I think he got the 5th overall purely because of his endurance. He was always there. He never got the greatest results overall in any individual race, but over the championship, there were guys that would have bad races, good races, some guys that would miss a race. He was there for every race, just chipping away, taking the points, and at the end of the championship, had a really good result.
Yeah, no, hat off to him, he's doing really well. Doing really well. Just keeping it on the black stuff, as they say.
Jeffrey Rice also doing pretty solid performance at the moment. Last lap a 207.2. That's faster than second place is 207.5. So that was a good time.
I wonder if I would have done slightly differently had I not been in safety car mixture off the bat, because I couldn't catch up with him. Even though they were all together, you know, I'd catch them a little bit under the brakes, but they'd pull away from me, and I couldn't figure out why.
Why were you on safety car mix?
Man, trying to be too fancy, doing the safety car lap and the safety car mix, and then was gonna change it, and I didn't.
You forget.
Halfway through the race, I decided to change my mixture, and I was like, I went up to Jace lean. I was like, because I was doing so well with fuel. I had so much fuel, and I had no tires left. I also drove those tires way too hard. So, oh, Jeff.
Oh, not a corner you want to be going off on. Yeah, I noticed because we use BOP that we get from another series, and when racing there, I found that racing on qualifying actually works fine with this BOP because we have less fuel in the car. You're not going to run out of fuel even on qualifying mix. So the difference, I think, with qualifying mix race lean is more down to how it produces the power rather than how much fuel you save. So on race lean, it's not as aggressive, so you can actually get the power down maybe a bit easier on some corners. Whereas on qualifying mode, it's very aggressive to apply the power, and that can actually cause you tire wear or have the tire slip because of it. So I think it's more down to preference on how you want the car to behave than fuel usage. Because I think even on qualifying, we shouldn't really have a problem with fuel.
Yeah, but because I'm slower as well, I try to eke out those little, maybe run a lap longer if I can. I was on hards to start as well, and I was pushing them way too hard because I was now obviously on safety car mixture, not figuring out why I'm going so slow. So yeah, anyway, we learn.
Yeah, these are
Not
all different tactics that we
preparation.
can use and learn to improve. There's so much to learn when you're racing, all these different things. There's actually quite a lot that happens in the cockpit while you're driving. It's not just a case of push some pedals, turn around thing in front of you. There's so much you need to take into account on the fly, work out your pace, what's working for you, what's not working for you, how to save tires, how to save fuel, how to stretch your stint as long as you can to actually gain your time so that you don't do your pit stops as often. So yeah, there's a lot of thought process happening in the car. On the carousel, gets it right this time, doesn't go off. Just adjusting my microphone. Yeah, sorry, the kids are going to bath, so hopefully I don't make too much noise there. Just mute myself as they come past.
Speaking of which, I need to go and do that myself, so I'm gonna have to love and leave you guys. Enjoy it, Dennis.
All right,
I'm
well,
pretty sure it joins you for the last bit.
yeah, I hope so. Otherwise, thanks, and sorry about your result, but thanks for joining the race and thanks for joining the commentary.
No problem. I
Cool.
hope I enjoyed it, and yeah, all the best.
Okay, cheers, Julian. All right, so hopefully we'll have Sean join us later, and then I can actually take a bit more of a break with the commentary. I'm actually starting to feel it in the voice. Not used to doing such long commentary. I think I'm just going to take a quick break and have a sip of some juice, just preserve the throat as best as I can. back. Just watching some of the action as we see. It looks like Everett Dumont is now on the soft tire again. Which is quite interesting that he's chosen to go for a soft tire. I wouldn't have thought soft tire would be an option in the race, but he's run it now for the second time, I think. So I guess soft and medium are the two tires that he's gone for. Maybe he feels he's able to stretch it long enough. Very interesting. He's actually slowly being gapped at the moment. It's actually possibly... Who's that ahead of him? Jeffrey, I believe. Yes, that's Jeffrey. Jeffrey's actually behind him on track, but pulling away from him, sorry, behind him on the leaderboard, but actually pulling away from him slightly at this phase of the race. Jeffrey's actually 2 laps down on Everett at the moment, but he's pulling away. Running pretty decent pace at the moment. Certainly Everett's last lap was a shocking lap by his standards. He had a 2:11, which is 5 seconds off the pace he's been doing, so not a very good lap by him. He's on the soft tyres. Maybe the soft tyres are just starting to wear out a bit, and that's maybe giving him some issues. We can just have a look at our championships again while we are not too busy at this stage of the race. Alright, just to let everyone know our schedule. This of course is round 2. We will be heading over to Monza for the next round, then over to Sebring, then Nordschleife, and then Daytona. We will have a few more drivers joining us, so hopefully those races are a lot more jam-packed with racing. Unfortunately, we had less numbers tonight, and unfortunately, 3 of the drivers have DNFs. Points for the racing: you get P1, you get 25 points, P2, 18, P3, 15, P4, 12, P5, 10, P6, 8, P7, 6, P8 gets 4, P9 gets 2, P10 gets 1. Points for pole position, you get 1 point, and points for fastest lap, you get 1 point. And so our championship coming into this round, we have Team RS Grip Level on 26, who aren't here tonight. Team Sugar 2 on 18, Full Throttle on 15, eXperience Global 1 on 12, who are DNF for tonight, as is Full Throttle. NXT Sim Racing 2 on 10, NXT Sim Racing 1 on 8, Team Shibba 1 on 6, RR Racing on 4, and then the rest of the teams don't have any more points. There's going to be quite a shake-up after this, because we don't have the team that's in first, Team RS, they are not here tonight. Team Shibba 1 and 2 are here tonight, and then P1 and 2, so they are going to jump to the top. Full Throttle got a DNF, eXperience Global 1 got a DNF, NXT Racing, they're going to both jump up because they are here. RR Racing, they're going to jump up. So, and even Daltic Racing will jump up. So we could see quite a shake-up in the points after this race. But Jeffrey's lap in the last lap was actually a slowish lap. He was quite off his pace here, only a 2:08.8. Still the car ahead of him, only a 2:17.2. The car ahead, Everett again a 2:11.9. So Everett's struggling at the moment. So I don't know if that's just tires are gone maybe. So Everett is currently 21 seconds ahead of Luciano, and then there's a 2-lap drop to Jeffrey. So if Everett is suffering from tyres, he's likely to only drop 1 place if he pits. So Chris Collison still currently in 3rd place. He's currently a lap down though. Lap down on the leader and 43 seconds behind 2nd place. 2nd place is now 99 seconds behind the leader. So I presume the leader is going to do a pit stop fairly soon. Leader being Matteo Castellani. Excuse me. Now Matty's saying, nice battle for P2, 3 and 4. Yeah, there's quite a technical battle going on there. The guys are fighting it out hard. I think as the strategy plays out, still an hour and a half to go. We'll see whose strategy worked out best, but it is quite close actually. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, definitely there. Even 5th place there as well. Luciano currently only 4 seconds back from Everett Dumont, and I think Everett Dumont currently struggling with his tyre wear, so he's currently on the soft tyre. He's doing, well, virtually 212s. Last lap is a 211.9. So that is very, very much off pace, considering the leader did a 205.9, and most of the drivers are on the 207s, 208s. So, yeah, that's not a. Oh, as we see him getting past, he's definitely struggling as he clips the wall there. Let's hope he doesn't have any damage. He might have to come in for repair now because of that. And also coming up to lap Andre Hildebrandt again. So let's see how they're going to both get past Andre Hildebrandt. Probably healed here. Nicely done, Andre. So, Dumont, is he going to come into the pits? He is. I wonder if he's going to repair his damage now, because he did hit the wall quite hard and actually scraped along the wall quite a bit there. So I think those tyres were just crying enough and he just lost grip and ended up in the wall. Thankfully there wasn't any. Some of the walls there, you've got all sorts of things jutting out of them, and if you're scraping along the wall like that and then you suddenly hit that solid thing, that's the end of the car. He was lucky at one of those walls where you could just scrape along it and actually survive. So he might lose a bit because he's going to have to do some repair here. He's got a 2-lap advantage over Jeffrey Rouse, and normally a pit stop is roughly, I think, 80 or so seconds to 90 seconds depending. So with the damage, I think he will be okay. He should be able to come out ahead of Jeffrey still, but I'm not sure what the gap will be. But he's definitely going to lose a lot of time now. So Luciano now up to 4th place. Right, I'm going to take a small break to stress the voice as much as I can. I will be back in 5 minutes. See you then. Right, I'm back. Welcome, everyone. Hopefully you can all hear me properly now. So hour and 18 minutes to go, which on its own is probably enough for most guys, but to do 4 hours is a little bit longer. It's a lot more strenuous on the mind. As we see a bit of a battle here, it looks like Santiago got in the car after Dumont. After their damage, they had a much lengthier pit stop than I was anticipating. I was thinking, oh, he probably have 30-second damage. He'll probably come out just ahead of Luciano. He ended up coming out in 6th place, so he dropped from 4th to 6th. Behind Luciano, was it ahead of Jeffrey? So behind Jeffrey Ross now, so, and by quite a long way as well. So that was quite a big knock to their car that they took, that they were in the pits for so long to repair it. We did see in the a bit of a sideways moment there for the Subaru car. We did see the bonnet was all crumpled up and everything, so that has been repaired. Hopefully their car drives nicely, because sometimes you can go for the repairs, but when you do the repairs you don't actually really feel like it's been repaired. As we see Santiago moving over. That's the number 6 car. Is that Luciano? Sorry, not Luciano. Tomatsu. Yes, it's Tomatsu. Tommaso, sorry. Apologies for these pronunciations, these international names. Some of them really catch me out. So a number of stops for the drivers. Some drivers having 2 stops. Some drivers having 5 stops there. Andre Hildebrandt at the moment is driving solo. His teammate hasn't yet been here, so he's had to just drive on his own. His teammate had some technical issues, so we'll just see what happens there. Good job. Poor old Andre having to do the whole thing on his own at the moment. Let's keep an eye on Tommaso at the moment. I'm actually just going to answer a message in the background. We do have some new drivers that have signed up with us. Some new drivers signing up on our Discord regularly. Also, just remember, we do have a Discord. We have the YouTube channel. We have a Rumble channel. The Rumble channel we haven't really been using much lately because it has limitations on long streams. So unfortunately with Rumble, if we do a long stream, it runs it at anything over, I think it's 60 minutes. It's anything up to, I think, 40 minutes, it's 720p or 1080p. Anything up to, I think it's an hour, and then it goes to 720p, and anything after that, which all our races and streams are, it goes down to, like, I think it's 360p or something silly. So that's why we're not really utilizing the Rumble stream at the moment, but we do still have a Rumble account, and for some things we will utilize it. Something we do want to do in the future is also do some product reviews, so we might do that on both YouTube and Rumble. But you can look us up on Rumble if you like Rumble. We might still do some stream stuff on there, but at the moment YouTube is still our main streaming platform. So there's YouTube, there's Rumble. We also have our Discord, so you can join. There's a Discord link in the description if you'd like to join, get involved. We also have a TeamSpeak that we've got that we are planning on using for the next round, that we can at least communicate with all the drivers. So that might be something that might make it a bit easier just to talk to the drivers during the race regarding race control. So if there's a yellow flag, we can at least communicate to all the drivers without having to have their chats interfere with us. So that's something we will play around with from the next meeting. A few changes to make. But if you'd like to get involved, remember to hit the like and subscribe button, then you can keep up to date with what's happening with us, and the notification bell, I believe that will let you know of any upcoming streams. But if you like to drive, you can join us on our Discord. Most communication is done on Discord. We actually also have a Telegram group. So if you would like to join Telegram and want to join the Telegram group, there are often things that get posted there that aren't posted on Discord, more sort of informal notifications. So join us there if you'd like to as well. But my throat is definitely starting to get a bit sore. I'm going to take a few minutes break. Alright, I'm back. Hopefully I wasn't away too long, but that hopefully will help my voice a little bit. Luciano's car is looking a little bit messy on the front, and he perhaps had some damage. He does indeed have some damage. Maybe he gone off somewhere. It can't be too bad because his pace is not too bad. Last lap was a 2:06. It was actually a very good pace. In fact, that was the fastest lap out of everyone on the last lap. 2:69 for a leader, 2:88 for second, 2:66 for Luciano, 2:19 for Tommaso, obviously coming out the pits, 2:83 for Jeffrey, 2:67 for Santiago. So yeah, that is a good time considering he has some damage. A 5.7 gap at the moment to Tommaso as well. We'll see how that comes down. Having just had a pit stop for Tommaso and not having any damage, it might benefit him. So 5.4 at the moment. We'll just see how fast will Tommaso catch up to them. We have a yellow. Do that before. Not Jeffrey. That's not Santiago. It's not Chris. Yellow has gone. So Chris currently a lap down on the leader in second place. A solid performance so far up to P2. With just over an hour to go, I'm pretty sure we're going to see at least one more pit stop. The drivers cannot make it from this point on to the end. They will need to do a pit stop, and depending if they need to pit stop right now, then they would probably need to do a second pit stop, but I'm sure we'll see most drivers do one more pit stop. As we see, some drivers are in the pits. So Jeffrey's just pitted. We have Andre Hildebrand in the pits. So that means Santiago will now pick up a place, so he'll be up to 5th place. And we have our leader in the pits as well, so currently has a 1 lap lead. Let's see, will that now change? Is the gap big enough that he will be on the same lap as P2 after this, or will he have a big enough gap that he actually leaves the pits still with a 1 lap advantage? Where is Chris Collison at this point? Yep, Chris Collison is going to unlap himself and he comes past the pits. So P2 will now unlap themselves. Possibly P3 will also unlap themselves. A penalty for Andre Hildebrand, so I think he maybe went speeding out the pits, so he will have to definitely do I would imagine a drive-through penalty, so perhaps we can just keep an eye on that and see what happens. I think that would be for pit exit, so maybe just turned off his pit limiter too soon. Andre Hildebrand has done the 3-hour mark now. That's very, very good going. Let's just see what happens when you get to the pits. I presume it'll be a drive-through penalty. Hopefully it's not a stop-go. Stop-go is usually a 10-second stop-go, so that is really painful. But a drive-through is not as bad. Not that it's going to reflect too much on his position at this point. perhaps we can do a dual view at this point, just so we can keep an eye on all that is happening. Oh, Andre Hildebrand into the barrier. Oh dear. That is not good. Oh, hopefully he doesn't get stuck there. It looks like he might actually be stuck. I hope not. To get to the 3-hour mark and have him off like that. That'll be. Oh, thankfully he's got it going. Great stuff. Alright, so you can keep going. So 1 hour remaining, and Andre, I think, still has a drive-through penalty. And if he has damage now, he's going to have to go all around again. Well, he definitely will have damage. Question is how much damage. But he's definitely going to have to head around again. And the driver's passed. And I'll come into the pits. Let's see, is he going to repair the car and then do his drive-through? He's going to do his drive-through and then come and repair the car. I think probably the wiser thing to do would be to repair the car first, then come back and do a drive-through the next lap. I think that's what he's going to do. That looks like it. Right, so the leaderboard update. So currently we still have Matteo. In fact, let's do it a different way. Something I don't often use. We actually have mid-race results, which I never use. So let's see if I can use those. Right, so our current standings. Well, let's first of all get to who's actually rolling on track. Right, so our current standings. We have Matteo Castellani in first place, Chris Collison in second, Luciano, I won't even try and pronounce the surname, in third. So we have a thing in the background there. In fourth place, Tommaso Contu. In fifth place, Santiago Gonzalez. Michael Rabellini in sixth. Andre Hildebrand in seventh. And unfortunately, our 3DNFs, Gerrit Bierkes, Adib Chameleon, and Stanton Augustus. So the gaps between the drivers. So we have Matteo in first, the 70-second gap over Chris Collison now. That's after we've had some pit stops. We have Luciano, 35 seconds back on Chris. So that's something to watch, how that gap pans out towards the end of the race. We know that drivers will need to do another pit stop. Who's worked out their pit stops the best, though? That's the question. So we have P1 on the left, we have P2 on the right. So currently lap times are drastically different between P1 and P2. P1 on the 2:05.5 the last lap, so Matteo absolutely flying. Chris only did a 2:08.1, so I'm not sure why Chris was so slow the last lap. Perhaps he's at the end of his tyres and he's going to come in for his final pit stop shortly. I think if he pit stops round about now or a lap or two's time, he can go to the end. Hopefully. And then we got in third place Luciano, 2:06.1, so he's rapidly closing. That was 2 seconds faster than Chris in the last lap with a 36-second gap. He'll be on Chris in roughly 16 or so laps. 16, maybe 17 laps at that rate. But I think Chris will pit stop before then. See one of the drivers has DNF'd. Matteo. What has happened to Matteo, our leader? Matteo has had a DNF. Now, I'm not sure what has caused that. I'm busy looking at the timings and I look up and I see that Matteo had, unfortunately had some issue. So now if Matteo has had a disconnect and the server has disconnected him, he can rejoin. If he's had a car issue, he won't be able to join. So that means Chris Collison is now in P1, so this is the battle for the lead. Luciano will then be in P2 shortly. This is a major shake-up. See the red brakes glowing there. Oh, the power went out at Matteo's home. Okay. Well, if it comes back on, if they can get the power back on, then I think they would at least be able to rejoin. And if it does rejoin fairly soon, he can maybe only lose a couple of laps. So 3 laps down is P5, 4 laps down is P6, and then 9 laps down is P7. So you could still come back, get P7, a worst case scenario, get some points at least towards the championship. But that must be, oh, what a blow. That's not nice. I can imagine how he's feeling right now. I've done all the hard work and have something like that happen. What a shame. Well, fingers crossed he can come back and at least get some result for his hard work and the team's hard work. But what a result that it could be possibly for Chris Collison. I mean, this is their first race, himself and David Jones. Quite a shocking turnaround of events. Just shows you never give up. No matter what position you're in, so many things could happen. But we'll see shortly. Maybe Matteo can rejoin. It has to be Matteo that rejoins if he was the one that had a disconnect. The fact that his power went out, hopefully it will see that he was on and then suddenly there was no connection. It will allow him to reconnect. So if he can reconnect quick enough, he might be able to salvage a result still and get some decent points. But he won't be fighting for the win. Certainly not if he rejoins now and several laps down. He might make up a lap or two, but I don't think he'll have enough to get to the lead. So Matteo is currently down. He's still showing his DNF. He's 1 lap down currently. He's down to 4th. You'll slowly watch him drop as the positions go. If he were to join now, he would be in 4th place. Wouldn't be too bad. He would be a lap down. But yeah, we just have to keep an eye on it. But what a devastating outcome for Matteo. I believe Santiago will now unlap himself 1 lap from Matteo, so Matteo will have 1 more lap before he drops down to 5th place. As we can see there, Santiago is now a lap behind Matteo, so when he completes his lap, if Matteo is still in the pits, Matteo will drop a place. If his power does get sorted out, he comes back in now, he will come out in 4th place. Otherwise, he's going to come out minimum 5th place. So our battle for 2nd is at least hotting up as well. We have Luciano in 2nd, and in 3rd place Tommaso is catching. His lap time was at 2:06.5 the last lap, although mind you, Luciano did a 2:06.2 the last lap. Chris Collison did a 2:07.9, so Chris has dropped his pace a little bit, but he's still a bit slower than the guys. But if he can stretch it out and at least get 1 more stop, I think all the drivers have to do at least 1 more stop, he could potentially salvage the race win still. So we'll see how that goes. It's going to get close. Andre Hildebrandt ahead of them just got lapped by someone. It was probably our 2nd place driver heading down the straight. Luciano and Andre Hildebrandt. And then P3. Masa Kontu having a really good race at the moment as well. I think a bit of a surprise result. We've had a few DNFs. Currently it's showing 4. We might salvage one of them, fingers crossed. But we've had a couple of our top runners get DNFs tonight, which is unheard of. We've had Peripirkus, who was in P2 when he had a DNF. We had Stanton Augustus have a DNF when he was up near the front. I forget exactly what position he was in. As we see Andre being lapped. And then of course we have Matteo DNF from the lead. So it just shows you, with a 4-hour race, anything can happen. You always have things like fatigue being an issue. Concentration is definitely something that's difficult for some drivers to drive for 4 hours and keep up the concentration. And this is where you also need to learn, if you do endurance racing more regularly, the drivers that are familiar with it will know how to pace themselves so that they don't suffer from fatigue as much. I think if you go for it a bit too hard, you're definitely going to suffer from fatigue. I'm going to take another short break and rest my voice a little bit more. I'll be back shortly. Alright, welcome back everyone. We're watching the driver in P1 and the driver in P2. We have our lead in our pitting, that means Luciano I think will drop down to P3 after that. So Tommaso will now take over the lead. Which means we should have David Jones bring it home for P2. I imagine he'll get to the pit before, let's just see, before Luciano leaves. They should be good to go to the end. I think we still have to have Tommaso do another pit stop towards the end. Depends how much fuel he has in the car. That coming down between Luciano while he's in the pits, 20 seconds at the moment. Perhaps we can actually just keep an eye on both of them. Alright, we can see here comes David, comes past. David and Chris's car takes over second position. So the question now is, when will P1 pit? I'm pretty sure they will need to pit, even if they're running race lean. Or even the other fuel map is safety car mode, that's when you really run slow. But I don't think they'll be able to stretch it out. They've been out too long under my mathematics. I would say they're going to need to pit again because they were out for more than an hour. And that car doesn't last more than an hour. yeah, it's going to be very difficult for him to get to the end now. Tires might also be an issue. What are the tires going to be like if he does get to the end? Right, I am back. Right, David and Chris on their final push. I think they have a strong chance of taking victory here tonight, because Tommaso, I believe, still has to do a pit stop, which is going to leave David Jones and Chris Collison in the prime seat. As long as their tires can last till the end and they have enough fuel, I think it's quite a battle at the moment. The fuel calculator burns right now. Yes, I'm sure those buttons are being pressed very hastily at the moment. It's going to be close. It's definitely going to be close. I think, from my math, it might be David and Chris all going well. We'll probably just pip Luciano. Or sorry, they'll get ahead of Luciano because Luciano's 30 seconds back. But I think Tommaso, when he pits, he's going to come out, let's see, maybe in third. It's going to be close. So the question is, who's going to be second and who's going to be third? Welcome back, Julian.
Last 5 minutes.
No, 35 to go. But we have it heating up quite nicely because we've had our leader DNF, his power went out. We have Tommaso currently in the lead, David Jones in second, David Jones, Chris Collison. But David Jones is pitted, Luciano in third is pitted, so they are ready for the rest of the race. But our leader, Tommaso, still needs to pit again. So I think he might come out in third place. So it's going to be an interesting battle that might put David and Chris in the lead.
How many minutes are left to this?
34 minutes.
34 minutes, okay.
Let me share. Sorry, I just turned off the sharing.
No worries, no worries. I thought I'd join you for the tail end. I've managed to play my part here.
What with little one?
That's the way. So yeah, so Sean unfortunately did not making it this week.
No, I guess not. Unfortunately, yeah. But an interesting race nonetheless. Interesting.
So Jones has held on to second. So
Yes.
Collison and Jones are sitting P2.
Yeah, I think they actually might get P1.
How so?
Well, the leader still needs to pit, and P2 and P3 have done their pits, and I think they did it with enough time left to make it to the end. So I think P2 and P3 are good to the end, P1's not. As Matty in the comments was saying, it's a nice battle. He said the fuel calculator burns right now. Working out the fuel calculator definitely, because they're going to have to put in as little as possible to save as much time in the pits as possible, because they definitely need to pit from the lead. The question is, how much time will they lose? I think they're definitely going to lose P1. Can they come out in P2, and can they, with the last bit of time remaining, can they even catch P1? It's going to be interesting because they're going to be lower on fuel. They might therefore go for soft tires. So we might see some really hot pace coming from the current P1 driver once they've pitted.
What's the link to the live timing again, Dennis?
It's the some expsa.ddns.net. I think it's /default/live, if I am correct. Oh, but there's also the port 8000. So it's some eXperience.ddns.net. Semicolon 8000/live, I think. Otherwise, links for live timings and things are in our Discord. If anyone would like to follow it, you can click on the Discord links and keep track of the times as we see. The leader actually running off track there. I wonder if his tires are starting to go. I wonder if it's my imagination. It looks like he's going a bit slow.
It does look like he's going a bit slow. He picked up a bit of damage. Puncture maybe. I mean, you obviously not been following the Formula One. That was.
Yeah, don't give it away. I'll watch it afterwards.
Oh.
Yeah, it's full throttle. He just looked a bit slow on the straight there, so I don't know. He did run wide out of the kink. But he didn't pit, so he's obviously no damage and he's obviously not low on fuel. The longer that he can stay out, the less fuel he has to put in, and the more chance he can run the softs through. And I think he's got enough to run the softs now. I think 30 minutes is okay on the softs. You can get away with that. So tire-wise, you can go for the softest option. We have Santiago now in the pits, our P4 driver. Now, Tommaso's last lap, our leader, was a 2:10, so he was way off the pace on the last lap. Definitely had an issue. But he carried on, so I don't know if he's... Maybe it's just his tires that are worn and he's just trying to stretch it enough that he can... Maybe his fuel calculator is burning as he's working out the calculations and he needs to make it work. He has to stretch it further. But the problem is by stretching it further, if he stretches it further at that pace, he's going to need to stretch it even further to make it work. So I think it's best just to, if he's got problems at this point, to see how he's sliding there. Just get it done. Maybe if he has to, just put as much fuel as he needs to in and go for the medium tire if he can't go for the softs.
Matty says it's a nice battle. Fuel calculator burns right now.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I'm late to the party. Sorry, guys. Okay, I can't find those links on the Discord. I don't know where they are.
I think they're on the top of the Discord, so let me just have a look quickly. Under servers, I think. Under server list, we have live timing under there. So in our Discord, the very top, we have the welcome, that whole group there. There's server list, and if you click on server list to the bottom of the rFactor servers, there's the live timing link.
There we go, got it. Okay, lovely.
Should anyone else want it, that's where you can find it. So it's getting really, really close as the race progresses. As we see, Tommaso having a few issues at the moment. His last lap, prior to this lap, was a 2:10. This lap, previous lap, was a 2:08. So he has managed to at least pick up the pace a little bit. I don't think Tommaso can make it to the end. Look, maybe he is on safety car mode. Maybe that's why he's so slow at the moment. He's trying his best to save his fuel. But I don't know. It's going to be quite a stretch to go from the end because he hadn't pitted. He last pitted with more than an hour to go. I think it was an hour and 5 minutes or so that was left when I last saw. And I don't think he can stretch it that far. It might be possible in safety car mode, but he's going to be very slow. So at the moment, his last lap, that pace, if that's the pace he can do and he can go to the end, then yes, he can hang on to the lead. Because with a 53-second lead, he's losing a second a lap, roughly, to David Jones. He can hang on for the next couple of laps because there's not enough time.
Have Chris and David done another gyro swap?
Yes, they're good to go to the end, yeah.
Are they double stinting the two of them?
No, Chris was on the previous stint, so David came out to do the final stint.
Okay.
I'm just going to take a quick break, get something from my mouth. My mouth is rather dry. I will be back shortly.
Can you rotate the feed? Is it possible, or is it just...
Not while I'm away. I'm just going to leave it. Let's leave it. I'll only be a few minutes. I'll leave it then with David, and I'll give you maybe a dual feed then. So let's do a dual feed, then at least you can watch first and second. Right, you've got first and second, and I'll be back shortly.
Sweet. Evidence, were you asking can he make it through to the end? Well, I'm not the person to ask exactly, but I don't know. Apparently, according to Dennis, he seems to think David Jones is good to go. But we don't know. We don't know for sure what their strategy is. We're just making our own assumptions. Obviously, everybody's strategy is still live at the moment and still all to play for. I can technically log in and get a different view of this race and then have more information. But the last 30 minutes to go and a couple of very unfortunate DNFs we've had. But till now, ours included. A funny oversight because I've actually messed up a team race for about 6 of us in a 24-hour race, and we'd made it 3/4 of the way through the race, and in one of the early hours of the morning stints at Spa, I downshift too fast and I blew the engine, and that same thing seemed to have caught out a few of us on track today. So silly little things, but it's racing. You just have to take it as it comes, I guess. Ooh, David Jones is in there. grass a little bit there. Still on fresh tires, he was pushing quite hard. Just got out there. From what I understand, he's just got out there. That's why he's good to go to the end. If I'm not mistaken. And he's halfway through the stint, but he's still good to go to the end because there's only about 30 minutes to go. 25 minutes to go. Yeah, 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, 25 minutes. Anything can happen in the 25 minutes that are left.
How are you finding the long form endurance commentary, Dennis?
Doing it solo is quite difficult. My voice is struggling a bit, which is why I'm taking regular breaks. I think if you were to do this on a regular basis by yourself, you definitely need to have something to do the throat a bit more, maybe lozenges or something. We have, I believe it's Jeffrey in the pits, coming out the pits actually. Good result so far for Jeffrey, 5th place. They were 8th place at the previous race. So yes, they were losing it as he comes out the
Cold
pits.
tires. Cold tires.
Oh, there comes P2. Heart in his mouth, I'm sure. Matty asking, David can make it to the end without a splash? I don't know. I think he can make it to the end. I think he pitted with about 50 minutes to go. Now, I know the Ferrari has a small fuel tank relative to the other cars. I haven't paid too much attention to the length of their stint, but I think it's going to be close. He might need to do a very small splash and dash, but I'm not sure. He might be able to make it, so it's going to be very, very close. Right, so Jeffrey's managed to get going and he's survived the next few corners. Hopefully everything now warms up, including himself. And he gets some good pace on there. I was saying, Jeffrey's actually got a good result in 5th at the moment. Sorry, what was that, Julian?
Jones has made 0 stops. Oh, how is that possible?
That's probably because every time he stops, they do a driver swap. It only shows a stop you do is you come in and go out. So if you come in and someone else comes out, it doesn't register it.
Double and triple stinting.
Yeah. I think Andre is the only one who's done multiple things. There's 1 or 2 others that have done. So we've seen, obviously, Jeffrey's done a double. Andre's done plenty.
Gonzalez looks like he's done a triple stint as well then.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget the one driver that drove the one stint, but I think he's done the rest. He done, I think, 2 in the front and the 2 at the end, basically, or something like that.
Interesting.
Oh. So let's just see. We have backside feed there. Let's do a onboard and a trackside feed with our leader, our current leader. That's not right. Why am I seeing the wrong car? Oh, I just ran wide there in the background. Alright, so this is our current leader. We can have an onboard shot and just see what it takes to drive the circuit as well. Correction in the steering there. Fairly smooth inputs, a little bit of fighting on the wheel there, not too much. Right, down the main straight, which is called the Road America Straight, originally. Pardon the brakes into turn 1, proper gear. through turn 2 as they call it, because there's a slight kink, they call that turn 2, then into turn 3. Then another long straight. Just before we get into turn 5 is what they call the moraine sweep. Into turn 5. Another in the corner. Into turn 6. Turn 6 is also known as, well, the bridge is known as the Corvette Bridge. Turn 7, also no name. The straight has a name, it's called Hurry Downs because of the way the track dips down here. Into turn 8, another corner with no name. Get over to the left, didn't actually use the full track there. Brings it back as we go into a double corner, it's 9 and 10. Double apex corner, it's referred to as the carousel. Then longer straight, go past the bend on the left. Into the kink, okay, back up flat out. Even at this stage of the race, they should be flat out. The kettle bottoms, which is a kink over there, and then into Canada corner, which is turn 12. The gill sign is on the right, that's Thunder Valley. Bull Mitchell Bend, left sweep here, and then into the final turn, which is turn 14, which currently has no name. And that's a lap with an onboard and the trackside feed of our leader, who is now going in for his pit stop. Alright, so pit stop, let's see, this is where it's all going to happen now. David Jones in second is on the hard tyres. Now he's going to the end. I'm pretty sure he's going to the end. I'm trying to convince myself he's going to the end. I think first place will come out in third place. I think he's going to come out on the softs. There's only 18 minutes to go. He's definitely going to go for the soft. So he's going to really do qualifying lap after qualifying lap now. This is going to be an exciting couple of laps for Tommaso. And that was a very quick stop. He's actually going to maintain the lead.
Dash, yeah. That was a splash dash.
Wow.
That's the strat, yeah.
Wow.
What exactly happened to Matteo Castellani? That weren't they leading this race, Team Shiba?
They were. His power failed, so his power at his place went out.
Oh shucks.
Alright, so David Jones is actually gonna not get into P1. I was thinking that Tommaso would be much longer in the pits. That really was a quick splash and dash. Hopefully he's got enough fuel to last to the end. Oh, as we see David running wide there.
I'm sure it's all been well calculated out. Only 5 to finish the race. The Hildebrand is also DNF.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah, shame. He got so far. Right near the end, maybe it just got to him.
Well, he got P6 out of it though.
Yeah, but you don't get points for a DNF.
Oh shucks.
Yeah, so half the field is at a DNF. It's been a very demanding circuit, this. I think because it's so fast and flowing with the high speed, it puts a lot of strain on the vehicles. So we've seen a couple of engine issues, possibly a Deeb. You know, Stanton had an engine issue.
But I mean, for Hildebrand, I mean, it's quite something to race for 4 hours, all on your own. That's quite a feat.
Yeah.
To even achieve what he has.
Yeah, that was really impressive. Yeah, so then there were 5. So that means Jeffrey Rice has now got up to 5th place. His best result so far, but he wasn't 5th already. Santiago, he'll be 4th place. That's also a good result for him. But Merck has actually looked quite good at some stages, and definitely, like we spoke about earlier, looked not so good at the start and definitely looked better from the mid-race point onwards. It looked like he was just flying. Like maybe it's a different driver, I'm not sure, but definitely has good pace in the car. Last lap he did a 206.6, best is a 206.1, so pretty good pace. I'm just silent as I'm watching some of the feeds, just seeing different driver angles. Things look very different. I was watching our leader driving down the straight. It just seemed like he was going slow again. I wonder. I'll watch his throttle inputs here.
Is he coasting?
He might be. Maybe he's just worked out he doesn't have quite enough fuel to get to the end. Because it's 15 minutes plus whatever the last lap is. If you cross the line and the guy behind you is very close, you're going to push it and have to do another lap. If the guy behind is far back, you can roll off and then save a lap's fuel. But with a gap between first and second only being, it's coming down. It was 6 point something seconds, it's now 5 point something seconds. He's coasting. Is he trying to save fuel? And will he have to coast enough to the point where David will catch him? Okay, the gap's going up slightly again now. Maybe he's modulating it a bit. But he's definitely coasting a bit. Perhaps we should do an onboard just so we can hear what his throttle inputs are like.
Can't you do a 1v1?
1v1, of course I can. Right.
Or we lose inputs then?
Use inputs. Or maybe what I can do is put that back up. And then we do the dual feed. Dual feed though I can do with David Jones. And that way we've got the gap between them, and we can see the inputs of driver 1, which is Tommaso at this moment, which I think is rolling off a bit. The gap is now 4 point something seconds. It was 6 point something seconds a lap or so ago. So he's definitely rolling off. He's definitely saving fuel. Maybe he's in safety car mode. Or maybe he did the math and he knew in order to come out in the lead, he couldn't put more than a certain amount of fuel in. So he put in what he had to stay in the lead. And now he's driving the car to try and maintain the lead. But the race is on for David. David's on the hard tyres, they're going to be worn. I think he's okay for fuel, so he can probably push. Lap time wise in the last lap, we had Tommaso on the 2.83 and we had David on the 2.069. It's almost 1.5 seconds faster. With a 4.5 second gap at the moment. So in, let's say, three laps time, with that pace difference, they will be together. And there will be 6 minutes left roughly. It's going to get close. Very, very close.
Well, we know Chris is a wizard with the calculations.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely close. I think a lot closer than what was anticipated. Oh, and Tommaso has a moment there as well, which would also cost him a bit more time. Well, mind you, he's kept the gap pretty consistent this lap. Maybe this lap he's decided just to put his foot down and try and maintain the lap. Maybe he no longer needs to save fuel. We'll see. So crossing the line, the gap is 4.8 seconds. Let's see the next lap what it will be like. But Chris can see the leader. Whether he knows it's the leader or not, I'm not sure. But he can see the leader. Oh, Tommaso has a big slide there. Didn't actually lose much time, lost only about a tenth there. It was quite a drift.
Last couple of minutes. Last 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be
And
really
only
close.
4 seconds in it. Oh, almost 5. Sometime.
Getting very. Look how much he's sliding the car. He's getting very loose.
He didn't change tires, he put the smashing dash, he's got good tires as well.
Yeah, that's probably what he did. Yeah. I wonder if his tires are just gone now. He's definitely struggling a bit. He's trying to keep his pace up, but you can see he's just losing traction. Whereas when you look at David, David looks quite smooth and everything, but their lap times are fairly comparable. At the moment, Tommaso's doing enough to, I think it's the runs wide, he's doing enough to hold off David. The gap has now come down on a couple of tenths. Down to 4.3. Every time he gets on the throttle, you just see the rear end start to come around on him. 10 minutes left to go. So it's going to be an extremely close finish. God, the gap's under 4 seconds now. But as it grows again, let's see as he comes across the line, what will it be? Last time it was 4.8, it's now
3.9.
3.9. So 9 tenths the lap.
Well, with 2 lap times, yeah, looked like that kind of difference in it.
It's going to be very close. And also, if he is on all tyres, the tyres are just getting worse. So he might get
And the
lower.
harder you push them,
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
make some more
yeah.
mistakes. We
and
saw
there's
a
a couple
few.
of corners here which really eat that front left. Your front left is probably on like 20% now, something to that effect.
This gap is now 3.7. It's coming down now. You definitely see him struggling, Tommaso. You see him struggling there once again. He gets in the power. He's straight away having to counter steer it.
You can't get anything on the exit, and the Ferrari still looks like it's going.
The Ferrari looks quite smooth at the moment. Very, very different perspective. But some parts of the track he hangs on. Let's see, going through carousel, this long sweeping. This is the tyre killer. And he uses a 10th. If he came up there, not too bad. So 8 minutes to go, with the gap's actually increased to 4 seconds. Maybe there was a small mistake there by David. But the pressure must be immense in Tommaso's car at the moment. And he's got his teammate in his ears yelling him on. That will also be quite a lot of pressure. The gap is now, it was 3.9, it's 3.9 again. So he managed to keep the gap the same. Have we seen the challenge from David dwindle? This is going to be a very close finish, but 7 minutes to go, plus they'll have to finish the lap they're on. So he is on the hard tyres. I actually thought he was on the mediums, but he is on the hards. And David's on the hards. 3.6, so the gap coming down slightly again. This is quite an intense battle between the two of them. Let's see if we can get a different camera angle. Let's do that. Let's compare them. Gap's kind of going up and down, up and down. So now 3.6 again. So it looks like, I think Matthew's got enough in hand at the moment. He's just holding David off. A little bit that David's pinching away from him, it's just not enough. I think David at this rate might get it down to 3 seconds. I think Matthew will have enough in hand. Unless Tommaso's tyres go off right at the end and there's an issue because of that. This of course is assuming that all is well with David's car and he doesn't have any issues, because he's also getting towards the end of a pretty long stint and his times are going to start dropping off. Last lap their times are pretty similar, 2:07.290 for our leader, 2:07.231 for our second place driver, so very, very comparable times. The gaps now come down a couple of tenths again.
This lap will actually tell because I think David's lap was slower here. Ooh, it's actually faster.
Yeah, 2:07.3 for our leader, 2:06.6 for David. I think he needs all his laps to be at that pace now. For him to stand a chance, he has to now push. What he needs to do is put the car into qualifying mode and go flat out now.
Oh, yeah, it's going to under 2 seconds. Under 3 seconds, 5 minutes to go. Here we go, guys. This is what it's all about. Share the link with all your friends. I'll wait to watch.
So it takes 4 hours to get within 3 seconds of someone.
Yeah, and this is what endurance racing, power-packed endurance racing can be.
Oh, there at the moment.
Cost him a couple of tenths.
He's pushing hard, I think. He's trying his best. He's using the full width of the track.
That cost him almost 5 tenths in the whole end.
I think there's
That
a big loss there.
could be the deciding mistake there.
Another one.
Really hard, yeah.
And this is the problem. You make those small mistakes and suddenly overheat your tires, and now for half a lap you're doing recovery
You
mode.
don't want hot tires, that slows you down. You lose so much, and it goes back up to 4 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the challenge. It's gone.
Yeah, it's a mistake. It's just the wrong time for that to happen. Unfortunately, good fight there.
Yeah, he needed the previous lap. He needed a bunch of those laps together. Almost like that Schumacher Hungary story where it was a whole bunch of qualifying laps. He needed something like that, and unfortunately, maybe the tires are just too gone for him, and it's just biting him at the moment. You can see he's trying, but he's definitely fighting with traction as well. Gap again is under, come down to 3.6, so he's still pushing. So he managed to at least make back another 4 tenths.
I would actually consider second place a very good finish here, considering the competition that this race has undergone. So yeah, they should be happy with second place. They shouldn't push too hard now and just losing it, because they must remember that third place is on the same lap as well. I think he's 15 seconds behind. That's still the same lap. One spin can close that gap. Pushing too hard can cause that kind of thing. So
And also, where did they qualify? I think they qualified 7th. So to come from 7th up into 2nd, what a result.
what a good race, what a stellar performance. All around the strategy, driving, it's all come together for them.
But then also look at Team Sheba. They've also had a bit of bad luck with their one car. But I mean, we've got Tommaso in the lead now. Where did he qualify? I think he qualified 5th. Was it 5th? I think it was 5th. I think the other car qualified 1st. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe they were 3rd. But also a really good result for them to manage to get up to 1st place. Let's see, maybe he can bring it home. He's extremely close, and he's doing a really good job on old tyres to hold off David at the moment. Because David, you can see, he's pushing. I think David's tyres are probably a little bit fresher than Tommaso's. I think Tommaso's just roughly an hour and 5 minutes to go was when he pitted. David, I think, pitted at about the 50 mark. But David's tyres are fresher, but they're probably still not good enough. You definitely see him struggling with a little bit of traction. You see him running a bit wide there, he couldn't get the car to rotate. But the gap pretty much neutralized the last lap. It was 3.6 crossing the line, and it was 3.6 until the final 2 corners. And slightly wide again, that's going to cost him on the straight. Watch the gap just slowly grow. Only gaining about 3 tenths in that lap. It's not enough with a minute to go. This is going to be the final lap. So I do believe Massa has done enough. So I think this is the final lap, and I think we might have David get under the 3 second mark, but that's going to be, I think, as close as he can get unless Tommaso makes a mistake. At this point, Tommaso can just bring the car home.
Yeah, solid win for Team Sheba there. Solid performance. Unfortunate with the power loss of the other team because they were actually looking stronger overall. So to have them have had such tragedy happen to them today and still have a win under the belt, that's quite an achievement.
But you see, you got to stay focused. He made one mistake there, and he lost almost a second.
It's still if this is the last lap, they've crossed the line, eh?
Yes, this is the last lap, yeah.
But doesn't he have to cross the line still? Yes, he has to
He
cross the
does,
line.
alright. Okay, so
Yeah.
then this isn't the final one. Then I better take that off. Apologies, me not getting my system correct. So the checkered flag. No, this is the final lap. The checkered flag will come up when he crosses the line.
Are you sure?
I'm not, but I think so. I'm going to put the final flag up. So Matthew is saying, let's go, Tommy. I think he's, down to 2.1 seconds. I think he's done enough. I think this is the final lap. Because the time has ended. I don't think you then do another lap. You just finish the lap you're on.
Okay.
This should be it. Coming up to the line, we should see the checkered flag. They were 2.1 back, so that was a really good drive for first and second for both different reasons. Having a fantastic result.
It is.
What result?
Is that the checkered flag?
It is, yes.
What a race from Chris Collison and David Jones.
You see, only gets third place in the end. Great result for them as well.
Yeah. Great result for everybody that's finishing this race, because I mean, what a feat it was to finish this race.
So Santiago will take 5th place, and in 5th place we get Jeffrey Rouse. So what a result for Jeffrey Rouse as well. So RR Racing, Jeffrey Rouse, Michael Rabellini, what a solid performance by them to get a 5th place.
Lovely, man, lovely.
Unfortunately, the drivers got DNFs, you know, that's endurance racing. It's all about getting to the end, and often there's issues that prevent you from getting to the end. But
I'm just happy it wasn't me that bust the car up.
I didn't realize I'm also on the wrong stream feed, so I'm still in the dual feed. I thought I was in single. I'm looking at the wrong window here. But that's it for the race. We'll be back shortly with the top 3 teams. We'll see if we can get them to come say a few words, but we'll be back in a few minutes. Hang tight till then. Otherwise, remember, hit the like and subscribe button if you're enjoying the racing. And remember, if you want to join the actual racing, come and race with us. Jump onto our Discord, come sign up, and join us for the remaining races. But until the interviews, we'll be back shortly. See you in a moment. All right, welcome back, everyone. Of course, this is the completion of round 2 of our endurance series from Road America in the United States of America. This is round 2 of our 6-round championship. We are joined by some of our teams. Unfortunately, we don't have all the drivers here. We don't have our leading team. Maybe their English is not so good, but they are not here yet. If they do come up, Julian is with us. He will bring them up into the commentary. So if they do show up in other rooms, they can't get in here, but they must just show up and we will drag them in. We do have David Jones, Chris Collison, and Nicholas Cortez, who will correct me on his pronunciation in a moment. Let's start with second place since we don't have first place. David, Chris, what a performance. You guys didn't have the greatest qualifying. I don't know, Chris, you didn't seem to get the best lap in, or maybe you were just sort of pacing yourself. But throughout the race, you just hung in there, and as other guys had issues, your pace just continued pretty much the same. 1 or 2 laps weren't the greatest. But in the end, getting a second place, and it looked like you were actually challenging for the lead right till the end. A mistake there by David. You were catching quite a lot. You had one mistake, and you seemed to lose about a second from that with about 2 laps to go.
Yep.
Perhaps, David, you can open the remarks regarding your race. What was the racing like? What was it like chasing down P1 after such a long race and being your first race with us?
Yeah, it was brilliant. I mean, I'd spoken to Chris about kind of a rough plan of what we planned to do, but we just planned to keep the stints fairly consistent. We weren't going to do any kind of funky stuff with the strategy, and hopefully take it deep and then try and push at the end. Unfortunately, yeah, the one mistake I made at the end probably cost us a bit of time, but I don't think we had the leftover fuel to push Tomu too hard. So I was lifting and coasting for most of that stint in either race lean or race mixture. So we kind of left it right until the last lap to have a bit of fun. And yeah, it was brilliant. That last stint is everything endurance racing should be. Kind of everything builds to sort of the last half an hour, 40 minutes. Yeah, it was great. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was epic. And then, Chris, maybe your point of view on the race as well as the other team driver. You guys had a fantastic race. Your first stint seemed like you were maybe just sort of holding back a little bit. Your last stint, you definitely seemed like you were pushing a bit more. You seemed a bit more, maybe more comfortable with the track, everything that was happening. Talk us through your stints, because you just didn't seem to have quite as much performance in that one stint. What was the difference?
No, I think we were pretty consistent throughout, from start to finish. The times pretty much matched all the way through. Obviously, it's disappointing. There were a lot of the faster guys didn't get to the end today for various reasons, but you play the cards that are dealt to you. We basically just wanted to keep things, as Dave has already said, keep it simple, keep the strategy uncomplicated, do as few pit stops as we could. We really wanted Dave to push more on that last stint, but we knew that we were tight on fuel, so there was a lot of coasting and saving for us, and we couldn't push as hard as we like. And we were very aware of third place as well, who were lapping very quickly. So, but look, it was a tight finish. It's a shame for the other guys, disappointing, but such is life, and we're really happy with the second that we ended up getting today.
Yeah, the battle between first, second, and third, as it ended out, was basically 14 seconds covered first, second, and third, which is amazing after a 4-hour race. So yeah, congratulations to you guys on your second place. Then in third place, we have one of our team drivers, Nicholas. Perhaps first you can start by letting me know, how do we pronounce your first name and your second name? And secondly, talk us through your race. I know your English is a bit limited, so tell us whatever you would like to tell us about your race.
Okay, I must say we are very happy with the race, very happy with the result. Maybe if I were a little bit aggressive in the first stint, my teammate should have a better opportunity, but he have closed the gap a lot. We were hoping in the last minutes that the two first maybe should stop for tires. They stopped only for fuel, so congratulations, they did it very, very good, but we are extremely happy with this third position. We will participate in the next races and try to close the gap. We are delighted with your championship.
Well, thank you very much. And yeah, that one stint of theirs, I was trying to do the math, working out, and I thought they were going to come out of the pits in third place and be pretty close with you and then be chasing to go to the win. But they ended up having just a splash and dash of fuel, keeping their old tires on, and it worked out for them. It was close, but it worked out. Fantastic result for you. Yeah, great stuff. Hopefully the championship keeps progressing, and we'll see you at the next race, also on the podium.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will stay in the next races.
Thank you, thank you. All right, then let's just finish up with Chris, since you're the last driver of the top team here. Going into the next round, we'll be going into Monza. What is your prep going to be like for Monza? What is the Ferrari like in Monza? From my understanding, the Ferrari isn't the fastest car in the straights. Are you going to strategically set the car up for Monza? Are you going to need to go as low wing as you can, I would imagine?
I imagine that will be the case. I've got no prior experience of the Ferrari around Monza. We'll prepare in the same way, to be honest with you, and we'll get out there and practice and just see what the track's giving us and go from there. Great
stuff. And then maybe some final words from Nicholas as well. What are your preparations going to be like for Monza? Are you very familiar with Monza? Any secrets?
I think Monza may be one of the tracks that we were racing more in the past. So I think we can adapt well to Monza.
All right, well done. And then I'll see you all at the next race. So thank you to our drivers. I'm going to just kick you all out for now. I'll drop into the room above. But thank you and congratulations on your podiums.
Yeah. Thank you, Dennis, and thanks for everything and for the organisation of the stream. Fabulous.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much, and see you in next race.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, guys. All right, of course, that brings us to the conclusion. So, as mentioned, oops, we have the wrong graphic there. Apologies for that. We actually are supposed to be seeing the next round, which will be round 3. So the next round, of course, is Monza. So the Cathedral of Speed. Or is that Assen? I'm getting my tracks wrong. Anyway, one of the fastest tracks. It's got long opportunities for slipstreaming. So we'll see lots of slipstreaming into tight hairpins. So there's lots of opportunity for overtaking. I think, as I mentioned there, the Ferrari is not the greatest on top end from my knowledge of the cars. I think the Mercedes-Benz will actually be very, very strong there. It's got a very good motor. I think Monza will suit the Mercedes very nicely. I think the Aston Martin, not too bad, and I'm not too sure about the BMW. But I do think the Mercedes might come strong there. So we'll keep an eye on the Mercedes-Benz and all the other cars, of course. But until the next round, that'll be on the 28th of July. We will see you all then. Remember to like and subscribe button, and catch you all at the next race. Cheers. And thank you very much to Julian for joining, and all other guys that jumped in to commentate during the race. Thank you very much for joining me, and thank you, and have a great month until the next one.